Record in case number 2024-00370, the electronic application of East Kentucky Power for certificates of public convenience and necessity to construct a new generation resource for a site compatibility certificate relating to the same and approval of demand-side management tariffs. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today is Commissioner Mary Pratt Regan. At this time, please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. And if you're attending via video conferencing, to assist with audio clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conferencing hearing, please mute your microphone, turn your video off if you're not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, turn off the computer audio. If you're in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low. We keep adding more. Yes, we're solving for every issue that we encounter. Please alert the Commission if you're experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter, and at this time we'll do entry of appearance of counsel. And for the applicant,
Allison Honaker, Honaker Law Office.
Heather Temple with Honaker Law Office.
morning. And for the Attorney General's office,
Mike West for the Attorney General's Office.
morning. For KIEC,
Good morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler-Cohn for Nucor Steel.
morning. And for the joint interveners,
Morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of Appalachian Citizens Law Center, Kentucky's with Commonwealth and Mountain Association. With me this morning are Cassandra McRae and Shannon Fisk.
good morning. And for staff,
Good morning, Blaine Safari, Mariah Tessie, Amanda Rawson.
good morning. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record, is that correct?
Yes.
Any outstanding motions?
I think there's some confidentiality motions that may be still outstanding, but I think other than that, that's it.
I think there are 7.
There's lots.
Okay.
I lost count.
We'll get an order out on those.
Yeah.
Okay, I have been advised that there is no one waiting online to provide public comment. Is there anyone in the room who came here today to provide public comment? I don't see anyone stepping forward. It should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. And written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for at least the past day. All right, I think we're ready to begin presentation of evidence. Counsel, call your first witness.
We call Dawn Mosier.
Good morning, Mr. Mosier, welcome back.
Good morning. Good to be back.
Please raise your right hand and swear. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, counsel?
Please state your name and business address for the record, please.
It's Don Mosier, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky.
And what is your title with East Kentucky Power?
Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. And did you cause testimony to be filed into the record of this proceeding?
I did.
And I believe you sponsored one supplemental data request?
I did.
And do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those documents today?
No, I did not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Attorney General?
How are you doing, Mr. Moser?
Good morning.
Just a few questions. In your direct testimony, you stated that in other dockets, EKPC has proposed solar facilities to meet the needs of owner members and businesses for renewable energy and to assist EKPC in meeting its sustainability goals, correct? Okay. And you went on to state that due to the intermittent nature of solar, EKPC also needs to construct other generation assets proposed in case number 224310 and this proceeding in order to meet its generation capacity and reliability needs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you have your responses to AG data request 3 in front of you?
So the part of the first AG,
Yeah, I believe so.
yes, I've got that over here.
Can you read that question and response for me?
Discuss whether EKPC forecasts a changing regulatory environment related due to the recent election results and whether this affects the CPCN proposal here in any way.
And the response to that?
The change of administration on January 20th, 2025 does not affect this CPCN proposal in any way. Any relaxation of the rules and/or replacement rules may be countermanded or otherwise replaced by successive administrations in Washington, as has been the case over the past decade. EKPC believes that reducing greenhouse gas emissions long-term remains the best strategy to protect its owner members and the current greenhouse gas rule and any future greenhouse gas regulations requiring emission reductions. EKPC is committed to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions as published in its sustainability plan by 35% by 2035.
Okay. And the sustainability plan that you refer to, it's also in the record as an attachment to Ms. Tucker's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the plan indicates an intent to reduce CO2 by 35% by 2035 and 70% by 2050?
Correct.
Okay. And what are those percentage reductions benchmarked to? 35% reduction from what?
That's our projected dispatch using RTSIM of the various units that we have in our fleet compared to what their basis was in 2010, I believe it was.
2010. What further actions is EKPC going to be required to take to achieve those reductions?
We should be able to handily achieve those reductions with the new generation that we have proposed, which produce substantially less CO2 emissions, and also from reduced dispatch of coal generation in general in the PJM market going into the 2030s.
Okay. Will any further retirement of coal-fired or natural gas-fired resources be required?
We have not formally announced the closure of any units. However, we have initiated a deactivation letter to PJM in response to our application to move ahead with the combined cycle power plant. And that would become effective if it were to go through, and it's not approved by our board. If it did go through upon commercial operation of the combined cycle plant at the end of 2030.
So I'm going to just attempt to summarize what I think you've stated here. You tell me if this is accurate or not. Whether greenhouse gas rules are relaxed in the short term or not, EKPC assumes possibly that the federal government is going to require reductions in the future, and so EKPC is presumptively attempting to meet those reductions. Is that fair?
That is correct. We're investing in 30-year assets. So every 4 years, we can expect these types of changes in the marketplace and also in the environmental regulations that are proposed. It's just like watching a pendulum swing. So the best thing to do is look out 30 years and make plans accordingly.
Okay. And I've got a couple questions here that relate to laws and policies in the Commonwealth. And so I'm not asking you to give a legal opinion, but just tell me your understanding of what the standard is. Is it your understanding that Kentucky utilities are required to utilize least cost resources?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the Kentucky General Assembly has stated a policy preference for dispatchable resources?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the General Assembly has stated a policy preference for the production and usage of coal?
Yes.
Okay. So again, I'm gonna summarize and you tell me if this is accurate. We have a state law requiring the least cost resources to be selected, state policies supporting dispatchable resources, state laws preferring fossil fuels, and federal laws that restrict greenhouse gases but are sometimes relaxed.
Yes.
And in the face of all that, EKPC has decided that it's going to reduce greenhouse gases. Okay. Do you agree with that summation?
I agree. It's the best hedge against future regulations.
So my question is, do you think that that puts you at risk, or EKPC at risk, of violating Kentucky law and policy by pursuing this sustainability
I
plan?
don't see that. No, sir.
You don't think that choosing to reduce greenhouse gases may have the effect of, at some point, forcing you to select a resource that is not least cost?
Well, at this point in time, the natural gas combined cycle is the least cost replacement for coal. The new coal plant is far more expensive than a combined cycle power plant. So yes, the choice of a combined cycle versus future investments in other technologies makes the most sense economically. It's the only investable, I call it the only investable power plant, baseload power plant today.
But part of your plan is to install future renewable installations, correct?
Correct. We've
And so-
announced several hundred megawatts of solar potential.
So there's a potential that, compared to a combined cycle or some other resources, those might not be the least cost resource, but you may pursue them anyway to achieve the reductions in the sustainability plan, is that correct?
Yes, so let me explain that further. We have made a solemn promise to our board of directors that we are not going to invest in any technology that does not make economic sense. So the availability of the tax incentives associated with the New Era program makes solar very competitive in the marketplace. And solar is a very prudent addition when it comes to avoiding market purchases. It's not a capacity asset, but it helps you avoid market purchases, so it makes a lot of economic sense from that perspective. Now, the first two units that the commission has already approved, solar installations, they met that criteria on their own without the ITC available through the New Era program. But the further investment hinges upon success of the New Era program for us.
But there were certainly tax incentives associated with those projects, were
Those,
there not?
the last ones, yes,
Yeah.
not the first two that we've been approved for.
And so there's always the potential that the tax benefits associated with these projects could change.
And they could, and if that's the case, then we would probably cancel those projects.
Okay. I just have one document I'd like to hand out, if that's okay, Chair.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Just the older one, if that's okay. See what you have. Do I need to leave one over here for the record?
It's all right.
Couple of additional.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the document I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe it for me?
It's a letter from our CEO to President Donald Trump.
What's the topic of the letter?
It's on relaxation of EPA rules, amongst other things, and the importance of coal and resiliency and reliability in the market.
Okay. And you, as a representative of EKPC, are in a position to authenticate this document, correct?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that this be admitted into the record as Attorney General's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
No objection.
Let it be admitted.
I mainly just wanted to make sure this document was in the record so that it could be referred to in briefing, but I have no questions about the document itself. That's all I had.
Thank you.
For KIUC?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Moser.
Good morning.
A little bit of background. East Kentucky sells to its 16 member owners about 14 million megawatt hours of energy a year.
That's correct.
That would make East Kentucky the second biggest utility in Kentucky after KU in terms of sales.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the revenue for KU from sales to the members about 1.1 billion a year.
Correct.
Okay, and you have about 800 million in member equity,
Yes, sir.
20% equity ratio.
Yes,
So you,
that's the goal. That's our target goal.
and so you're solidly investment grade.
We are upper Bs,
Okay.
just
So
below, just one step below A.
okay. What rating agencies have East Kentucky as investment grade?
S&P and Fitch.
Okay. Does Moody's rate you?
No,
Okay. So, in your testimony, you summarized the generation resources. East Kentucky has entitlement to about 170 megawatts of hydroelectric from SEPA.
that is correct.
That's a very good resource, very low
Yes, sir.
cost.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. A little bit of landfill gas.
Yes,
Okay.
13.8 megawatts.
And you have solar right now, a little bit?
Yes, 8.5.
And you indicated to Mr. West you have plans for several hundred megawatts more, depending on the ERA tax situation.
We currently have about 130 megawatts already approved by the commission for construction at 2 sites here in Kentucky. Then the new ERA application has several hundred more megawatts of potential solar.
What does East Kentucky plan to do with the renewable energy certificates produced by those solar facilities?
We would monetize those or attribute those to any commercial businesses that are interested in that.
So you would either sell them to a commercial business or sell them into some sort of market?
Correct.
Do you have a pricing assumption that you use?
Yeah, I haven't heard a clearing price in the last month or two, but it's not atypical to see a $35 clearing price for renewable energy credits.
Okay. You also have about 200 megawatts of interruptible load?
Correct.
Okay, and that would include Nucor's interruptible load?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Bluegrass station in Oldham County is 3 combustion turbine peaking units.
That's correct.
What's the total megawatts of Bluegrass?
Winter capacity is about 567, I believe it is.
Now, Bluegrass is located in the LG&E balancing authority. It's connected to the LG&E transmission
Correct.
system.
Correct.
Okay. Explain to me that complex relationship of the difference between the EKPC load as determined by PJM versus the EKPC load as determined in your IRP and the CPCN and for your planning.
We currently have about 400 megawatts of load inside of LG&E's territory. They have some load inside of our territory. Oldham County is external. We pseudo-tie the output of the units 1 through 3 at Bluegrass into PJM to serve our load. And sometimes there are transmission constraints associated with that, depending on the amount of load that we have on any given daily basis. So it's all contingent upon what time of year and the amount of load we have available as to how much output we can get out of those units.
Is there a similar relationship with load in the Duke Energy Kentucky territory?
Yes.
Any idea how big that is?
I don't recall off the top of my head the size of that now.
Is the LG&E load the main reason why the PJM forecast of your demand is different than your forecast of your demand?
Yeah, I would, Julie Tucker has expanded upon that. I would save that question for her,
Okay.
Mr. Kurtz.
The Smith combined combustion turbines, 9 Smith units,
Correct.
okay. They're located near Winchester, right near the headquarters.
That is correct, near Trapp, Kentucky.
They don't dispatch much, they're mainly a capacity resource.
They dispatch 5 to 10% of the time, typically.
Forgot to ask you, Bluegrass, is that mainly a capacity resource also?
Yeah, it's mainly capacity research as well.
Okay, as opposed to the solar, which is almost all energy and no capacity.
That is correct, that is correct.
Spurlock is sort of the workhorse of the East Kentucky system.
Yes, sir.
That's 4 units.
1,340 some megawatts.
Now, those, East Kentucky's grown the Spurlock station over time as your load has grown. For example, the first unit went commercial in 1977,
Yes, sir.
and then you grew it 510 megawatts in 1981.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you grew it another 268 megawatts in 2005,
Correct.
and then you grew it another 268 megawatts in 2009.
Or thereabouts, yes.
Is this CPCN sort of a continuation of building and modifying generation to meet your load growth?
Oh, yes, certainly it is, as it pertains to Spurlock Station and Cooper Unit 2. It's also in response to the greenhouse gas rule went final in 2024.
Okay. So it's as a growing utility, it's common for you to add generation?
Yes, sir.
That's the business you're in?
Load grows,
Okay.
yes.
Then there's the Cooper Unit 1 and 2?
Yes,
Okay. Cooper 1 is early 1960s unit without an SCR, and so that's not officially going to be retired, but it's on the
it's on the bubble.
boat.
Sorry, but
And then Cooper 2 is fully environmentally compliant?
yes, we put in a new air quality control system back in 2012.
So explain the environmental controls on Cooper 2. That's about 225
Yeah,
megawatts.
it's a
Cooper 1's about
Dry
100.
scrubber and a selective catalytic reduction.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
A dry scrubber and then a selective catalytic reduction, so unit.
Are there mercury controls on it?
They would be part of the scrubber system, I would believe.
Okay.
But yes,
And Cooper is near Somerset at the southern tip of your system.
correct.
In fact, East Kentucky goes from Maysville, where
Maysville
Spurlock
Brownside.
is, all the way down. And there are voltage problems. Also,
Yes, sir.
the tip of PJM, as well as the tip of East Kentucky, southern tip.
Yes, definitely so in southern Kentucky, south central Kentucky.
Okay. So does maintaining generation in the southern part of your system
Yes.
improve voltage?
We consider having generation there vital, long term,
Okay. What happens if you don't have generation there?
and is subject to voltage concerns,
What is-
liability concerns during peak periods of time, especially across the winter months.
What does that mean for consumers?
It means that it could be subject to rolling blackouts.
Okay. Is maintaining voltage and avoiding rolling blackouts part of the rationale for this?
Yes,
CP?
yes, sir, very much part. We're very much a reliability-focused company.
Okay. And the plan for Spurlock is to co-fire with up to 50% natural gas?
Correct, up to 50.
And the plan for Cooper Unit 2 is to co-fire for up to 100% of.
That is correct.
So, under the 111B and D rules, you avoid shutting down those coal units by co-firing with at least 40% natural gas, and so you're meeting and beating that with both Spurlock and Cooper?
That is correct.
Mr. Mosher, can we ask you to sit a little closer to the mic or move your mic a little closer
No.
to you? There we go. Thanks.
Apologies.
Okay. So tell me about the gas pipelines that you're going to have to run to Spurlock and to Cooper to co-fire with natural gas.
Sure. We have contracted with TC Energy to construct 2 natural gas extensions from their main lines. Both extensions are about 40 miles each, and they would provide up to 600 pounds of pressure to facilitate the co-firing of those facilities.
So 40 miles each, how much does that cost approximately?
About $400 million each, thereabouts, but that's, I'm not sure about exactly what the capital investment is for TC Energy. Only they would be able to answer that.
Okay. So each Spurlock and Cooper 2 will each be supplied by one gas pipeline?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a little bit suboptimal, you'd like to have 2, wouldn't you?
Well, preferably you like to have two, but also it does provide more favorable terms and conditions when you purchase those kind of volumes from that one pipeline.
I'm talking about reliability.
Oh, reliability wise, of course. The more pipes, the better.
Okay. So to co-fire Cooper 2 with natural gas, you change out the burners to make them dual fuel burners?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we add additional burners, basically. We maintain the coal generating capability and the gas, the new gas generation capability.
Okay, so for both Cooper and Spurlock, all the coal handling, the coal storage, the pulverizers, everything associated with coal
Yes.
will still remain?
Yes, we can run 100% coal or 100% gas at Cooper. Now, the designs of units 1 through 4 at Spurlock make that a little bit more difficult from an environmental perspective.
If the 111B and D rules went away, could you continue to run Spurlock on 100% coal?
Yes,
Okay. And
they are two of the cleanest and least expensive coal plants or stationed in the United States.
what do you mean by that?
They are, in PJM, they are the most, I would say, in the top 10% in terms of efficiency from a market perspective. And also they meet all environmental obligations that we have.
So Spurlock is
Commitment.
completely environmentally compliant except
Yes, sir.
for CO2?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to ask you about this. Units 3 and 4 are both circulating fluidized bed as opposed to units 1 and 2, which are
Correct.
pulverized coal.
Yes.
What's the difference between those technologies?
The circulating fluidized bed uses basically a molten bed of ash to circulate and combine with inputs to help control nitrogen in the solids.
The fluidized bed, units 3 and 4, have a lower heat rate than units 1 and 2?
I don't recall. Be a good question for Mr. Johnson.
I may ask him that. The circulating fluidized beds, they do not follow load, they don't ramp as well as the units 1 and 2, is that correct?
I'd say that to Mr. Johnson. I'm not aware of them being able to not ramp as well as units 1 and 2.
The combined cycle at Cooper, that will be served by that gas pipeline that will also serve Cooper
Correct.
2?
Correct.
6,500 heat rate is what you're assuming?
Yes, sir.
745 megawatts.
Mhm.
Is that, in your opinion, is that the most efficient, most reliable, most economic of the base load technologies out today?
It is surpassed in efficiency somewhat by the H and J class machines. However, we chose the F class because of their broad fleet experience.
Also,
Otherwise, they're very, very reliable and very efficient.
it's also hard to get combined cycles, isn't it?
There's only 3 major manufacturers in the world, and each of those 3 only can produce roughly 110 units per year of all varieties. So yes, they're very hard to come by.
If the commission were to turn down the CPCN for the combined cycle, how long would it take you to get back in line and take another run at it?
At least 3 to 4 years,
Just to get it in line?
yes.
Are there going to be any PJM transmission issues with the new combined cycle?
We have applied for expedited treatment of our application to integrate those. We have a good understanding of how much it's going to cost to tie into the PJM system in the transmission grid, so yes.
Is that expedited because this is a dispatchable reliability unit?
Correct. The PJM system and the queue process that they use to bring new generation online was effectively plugged by all of the new renewable generation applications over the years. And facing a crisis with the data center growth build out, expecting about as much as 50 gigawatts by the end of this decade, PJM realizes it has to do something about the queue process. So it created a process, and Denise Cronin can go into this in more detail, but basically invited applicants who had near shovel-ready dispatchable generation projects to apply. And we have applied for those expedited treatments with PJM for both the combined cycle and for the Rice facility.
It sounds like you might even have sort of a double whammy on reliability, the southern tip of the system, the voltage problems that exist now, plus just PJM in general having
Yes.
reliability problems on the horizon.
We need, as a subset of PJM, we need capacity, and PJM as a whole is almost desperate in terms of needing capacity with the announced coal retirements and the load projections.
Let me ask you about the 16-member board of East Kentucky. So how is the decision-making process of East Kentucky done?
There is a lot of sausage making. It takes us several years. We began in earnest on this project really back in 2017 timeframe, talking about combined cycles. And what we do is in this particular instance, talking about combined cycles, we introduce the concepts, we introduce the rationale and the need, and we introduce the various technologies. We train them on the technologies that are available to meet our growing demands. We go through the environmental issues and hurdles that face us. We go through the market issues that face us, and just in general. So it's a very methodical process. We bring in experts, outside consultants to come in and also to educate our board. So it's an education and information process that takes multi-years. This investment is second only to our joining PJM in terms of the amount of due diligence that we perform with our board because of the gravity and magnitude of the cost of this.
What outside experts did you bring in to advise your board?
We use ACES Power Marketing. We've had EPRI come in and talk with us. National Renewable Cooperative Organization comes in and talks with us. We have engaged Scott Madden out of Atlanta for a number of years now to help the board process and bring information to the board and educate them. So we use numerous sources, basically. We brought in PJM experts. We brought in PJM executive staff. We brought in other GNT cooperative CEOs, for instance, to talk to us about their experiences, especially in terms of, say, carbon capture and sequestration, for instance. So it's a very long educational process, and it takes at least several years. We began in earnest with this right after Winter Storm Elliott, back in December of 2022. That was the turning point for us and many other utilities in the country.
Was the vote unanimous to go forward with this CPCN?
Yes, it was.
You know that most GNT cooperatives are not regulated by the states where they're located, and Kentucky's kind of an exception.
Yes. That is correct. We're one of only two, I believe.
Is there any financial incentive for the East Kentucky Board to grow its rate base?
Absolutely none. As a not-for-profit, we have absolutely no incentive for it. As a matter of fact, we jeopardize our margins, and we just jeopardize future capital credits in return to our owner members as well, if we make bad decisions. We do not speculate. We rely on reliability and resiliency, and least cost is all part of our mantra.
If you may, it's the opposite of overspending for rate base, because if you overspend, there's less margins and less ability for the individual customers to get.
That is correct.
In fact, a couple of years ago, you did a patronage capital rebate or rotation to your members.
Capital credits, yeah, we've paid capital credits for the first time in a long time.
So how does that process work?
Talk to Mr. Statnick about that in detail.
If you get over a certain.
We have to have a certain amount of minimum margins or equity minimum, and our board set 20% basically as that standard. So when we get above 20%, then the board, at management's recommendation, can approve extending capital credits back to its members.
Essentially refunds to consumers for the.
Basically.
Okay. And then also East Kentucky has a earnings sharing mechanism from the last rate case where if your
Yes.
tier, your times interest earned ratio is above 1.4,
Yes.
those extra margins automatically go back to consumers also.
That is correct.
So that's another reason why you have you spend what you need to spend, but you won't overspend.
That is correct.
At pages 6, 8, 9 of your testimony, you discussed the data center situation. There's no data center speculative load in your load forecast?
Not in our long-term load forecast, no, sir. And it also is not driving the technology selection in the quantity of the megawatts that we need to serve our load. It's only for organic growth and for non-data center load growth expectations.
I understand from the testimony and/or data responses that East Kentucky is going to propose at some point a data center only or large load tariff.
Yes, we anticipate filing that tariff shortly.
And what is the sort of what is the basis, rationale, theory behind this new tariff?
The rationale is to make sure that our owner members do not pay or not responsible for the cost of new data centers to come onto our system. Because obviously these are enormous loads. We're not going to build a facility using our owner member money. We're going to rely on data center to capitalize these projects. So that's sort of the premise of the data center tariff. And then we put in a lot of details around what is a data center, what size range we're talking about in terms of data center, and also to just basically outline the construct of how we're going to work with them to serve their load at their expense.
So all the risk and all the reward at the
That is correct.
will be on the data centers?
That is correct.
I get, it wouldn't be very popular among your 16 members if they were seen as subsidizing Google or Microsoft or something.
No, sir. Would not be well received.
On the load forecast, you added a 7% addition to the summer and winter load forecast recently.
That is correct.
Okay. What's the rationale for that?
We missed our forecast, like every other utility in the state. Over the last 3 winters, we basically missed our forecasts, and we missed them roughly around 12%. So if you look at the fact that we missed our weather forecast by 12%, the fact that we have far more load than we thought we had across the winter months, we basically have set 3 consecutive winter peaks, give or take 10 megawatts. So that is the backdrop for that.
And if you don't have sufficient generation in the winter, you're buying energy from the PJM market, so.
That is correct. You're naked in the market, basically.
And that's what you're trying to avoid.
Yes, sir.
So the 7% in the winter is an energy hedge, and the 7% in the summer is a capacity hedge compared to what you're required to supply to PJM?
Yeah, the PJM requirement is a certain subset of your contribution to the summer peak load. PJM is a summer peaking footprint. East Kentucky is a winter peaking footprint. Ostensibly, we could carry 0% across the winter. We could basically rely on the market for that exposure. But we learned our lesson well going through Winter Storm Elliott and the penalties associated with being short in the marketplace, and we're not going to drive down that path again. So that's why we said 7%. We think 7% is very reasonable because A, the weather forecast error, and also unit performance. Unit performance at critical times, especially in 0-degree weather or below, is a tricky and iffy situation. So I think that's very prudent to carry that 7%.
How expensive was energy during Winter Storm Elliott in December of 2022?
I think some hours got up close to $5,000 per megawatt hour.
As compared to normal, call it $40?
40, 60, 70 during peak times, yes.
I'd ask you to turn to page 13 of your testimony, where you talk about why you did not go with battery storage.
Yes.
Okay. I think there's a typo on line 11, where you say that the battery storage system, BESS, is uncompetitive at $450,000 a megawatt hour. Is that a typo, 450,000?
No, sir. It's not a typo. That was an estimate given to us by the National Renewable Cooperatives Organization. That was their best guess at today's installed cost, not coming from a think tank, but actually installed cost. And I I was surprised yet not surprised when I looked at LG&E's recent application 25-00045, in which it stated $775 million capital cost for a 400 by 4 hour installation. And that is $484,000 per megawatt hour installed. That is their estimate. So I think that pretty much justifies the expense that I show here at $450,000.
And you put that number in your testimony because it shows how uneconomic, in your opinion, the batteries are at this point?
Yes, and don't discount the fact that we are very interested and keen on batteries in the future. They just have to be longer duration, number one. And even at the scale that LG&E announced, as you pointed out, it is still very uneconomic at this point in time. And it's not just LG&E saying that, it's other utilities. It's PJM executives are saying that batteries are not yet of long enough duration and at a cost at scale that that makes sense for the market. They hope greatly for that to become fact in the future, but it's just not that way today.
If you face a winter emergency, it is likely to be longer than 4 hours, isn't it?
Yes, 48 hours is typically what you start thinking about.
And that's actually embedded in your planning, a 48-hour emergency every 2 winters?
Yes, that's what we have experienced.
Okay, and so 4 hours,
4 hours is just not long enough to make a difference. We need dispatchable generation in excess of our estimated peak loads, as I described earlier.
the energy in, energy out, what is the loss factor? If you put 1 megawatt hour into charging a battery, how much do you get out?
I think the efficiency is roughly about 85% in that
Okay.
range,
So you put 1 in, you get 0.85 out?
basically. I'm not an expert in battery technology at the battery level, that's for sure.
I'm almost done, Mr. Mosier, and this has been, I want to have marked as one exhibit. It's called Nucor Exhibit 1. This is PJM ELCC. You're obviously
Thank you.
familiar with that concept.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The, we turn to this is preliminary, and I don't think it's, but this is a PJM estimate of what the ELCC will be for various technologies over the period through planning year 34, 35.
Okay.
You see where they have 4-hour storage for, is that your understanding that's battery?
Yes, that's its battery.
Okay, they have the ELCC declining over time from 56% to 38%. Does that mean that over time PJM thinks that batteries will be less and less of a capacity resource?
Well, that's ostensibly what this indicates, but I'm not sure what their thinking is behind that, or calculations behind that.
If you look at the solar, the same relationship, it's consistent with your testimony that solar is an energy hedge, not a capacity resource.
Yes, we were absolutely attribute no capacity to solar in our forecast.
And for combined cycle, it's different. That is a solid low 80s ELCC rating.
That's combined cycle coupled with backup fuel.
You are going to have 72 hours of backup fuel?
That is correct.
Okay, so explain, how would that work?
When natural gas is unavailable, we would have diesel fuel oil, number 2, as a backup fuel for that, for 72 hours.
And you could run it 100% at,
Yes, full
72.
full load for 72 hours.
you don't have to have the backup fuel you chose to?
No, but you would have a diminished effective load carrying capability if you didn't have backup fuel.
And with one pipeline, having the backup fuel sounds like it would be a good idea also?
Yes.
Okay.
All of our units, gas units today, except for units 9 and 10, have backup fuel available at Smith Station and in Bluegrass.
I want to ask you one last question, series of questions about, I think you mentioned the letter you sent to PJM recently, this supplemental data response. This is in the record. We can mark it as new core 2. So it's the data response from East Kentucky.
Thank you.
What is the, at the end of your letter, you say something about to avoid significant expenses. Well,
Yes.
what is this letter that Mr. Campbell sent to PJM?
This is a procedural letter that's required for PJM to enter into that Reliability Resource Initiative expedited study that I mentioned earlier. And it required a deactivation notice if you intended to close down a unit for their consideration, and they look at installation costs of the unit on the transmission grid.
Okay. At the end of your supplemental response on the page before the letter, it says, "The attached letter is necessary to preserve the ability for EKPC to save a considerable amount in interconnection costs associated with the combined cycle unit." That's what I wanted to ask you about. What is the considerable amount in interconnection costs that you will save?
Yes, if we deactivate or mothball Cooper Unit 1 at the time of commercial operation, we can avoid $50 million of additional transmission integration expense. Further modifications, basically, of the transmission grid to retain that additional 110 megawatts of injection rights over and above the 745 megawatts from the combined cycle.
Is that $50 million in transmission savings included in your calculus in this?
Yes, yes, it would be included.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Your Honor, no more questions. And I ask that new core exhibits 1 and 2 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Let them be admitted. Joanna Beers?
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Mosher. How are you this morning?
Oh, well, how are you?
Good. It's Monday morning.
Yes, it is.
To state the obvious. So I introduced myself earlier. My name's Byron Gary. I represent ACLC and KFCC and Mountain Association. I notice I don't have a mic in front of me, so if I'm not being picked up at any point, let me know. I think I'm projecting enough. I don't think it was an issue last time, but if you don't understand anything, also let me know.
I can hear you well.
Good. Or if I'm just not making sense, that is probably on my part as well. And if somebody else is better to answer, of course, let me know too. I just want to start by asking what you have in front of you. You've got a large binder in front of you. What all do you have in there? Just generally, is that the full record
testimony,
more or less, or just your responses? or-
Yes.
Full record? Everybody's responses to data requests, or just your own?
I believe it's the full record.
Okay.
It should be.
Okay. And then you have a computer in front of you as well. Does that have additional documents pulled up or anything, or is it just
Not this time.
not sure? Okay. Okay. All right. Just position. You stated you're the chief operating officer and executive vice president, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you oversee operations pretty generally, right? And everyone else here in the record today reports to you, or reports to somebody who reports to you, right?
Tom Stacknick does not report.
Other
to
than
me.
Tom Statnick.
Greg
Okay.
Cecil does not report directly to me.
Okay. And you report directly to Mr. Campbell, right? The
Yes.
president and CEO?
Yes.
Okay. But he's not here today, and he didn't present any responses to data requests or anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. So recognizing Mr. Cecil and Mr. Stadnick don't report to you, you're still the highest ranking person at EKPC here today, right?
Yes.
In this record, okay. The buck stops with you, basically.
The 75 cent stops with me.
Okay. That's a good time. But all these sort of big picture questions you've been being asked,
Yes,
you,
yes.
you're capable of answering those sort of things. Okay. The purpose of your testimony was to support the application in this proceeding and discuss your corporate profile and those strategic goals that I think Mr. West asked you about in particular, but Mr. Kurtz as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you discussed the process to prepare and propose this project, the internal EKPC process, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I described that,
Okay. And then
Earlier.
sorry, go
I
ahead.
described that earlier, yes.
Okay. And you attached to your testimony a couple of, 3 exhibits actually, 2 board resolutions
Mhm.
approving the projects and then a Courier Journal article, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this isn't the only application for new generation that you have going on before this commission right now, right?
That is correct. We have the rights application.
Okay. And that's going to be a 214 megawatt, 12 RICE units on a green field outside of Liberty, right?
Correct.
Okay. That was case 2024-310, and that was filed in September of last year, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And previous to that, last year in April, you also filed a CPCN, correct? The 2024-129, the solar
Liberty Solar.
projects. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And that was approved in December, I think, of last year.
Or thereabouts, yes.
Okay. You also anticipate seeking another CPCN for additional renewable energy next year, I think you said in your direct testimony.
We hope so,
Or,
yes.
I'm sorry, this year. It was next year at the time you filed your direct testimony.
Yes.
You hope so still?
We still hope so, yes.
Okay. And you stated that each of these projects is part of EKPC's overall plan, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I think you specifically stated that they're all carefully balanced to holistically meet certain needs of EKPC.
Correct.
Okay. I think others in the docket stated that the commission should look at this as the plan in total because that's how it was assembled. Is that EKPC's position?
Yes.
Okay. And I think somebody else stated that removing any one of these projects from the portfolio might have an impact on that overall plan, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'd like to go over just briefly the costs of each. I think these were talked about, but just adding them all up so that they're all in one place. The estimated cost of the CCGT at Cooper is currently estimated at, I think you said 1,317 million. That's 1.317 billion dollars, right? For the
That is
CCGT.
correct.
Okay. And then the Cooper and Spurlock co-fire projects combined to 260.8
.8.
million. You know the number better than I did. So combined, that's about just over 1.5 billion for this application, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those don't include the costs for those pipelines that I think Mr. Kurtz, or maybe Mr. Wetz, somebody asked you about the cost for those pipelines, roughly.
Right.
Okay.
We pay a per decatherm cost for
Okay.
capital recovery for the pipeline company.
Okay, so they will recover those costs over some
Through
period of
usage,
time?
through usage.
Okay,
Yes.
through usage. And just to verify, I think you said you weren't certain of the numbers. I'd like to briefly, if we could, bring up a document. See if you're familiar with this. Just from the title, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So these are the comments that EKPC submitted on that 111D greenhouse gas rule.
Right.
Okay. Are you familiar with this document generally?
Generally, Mr.
Okay.
Purvis obviously is one of the co-authors of it.
And if I need to, I can follow up with Mr. Purvis, just let me know.
Yes, he'll be happy to.
If we could
Yeah.
skip to PDF 33, I think this is page 30, just to verify, in that first paragraph at the top, it says that the necessary natural gas infrastructure to Spurlock and Cooper would be
Right.
between 400 and 450 million apiece. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that
approximately.
just verifies more or less what you stated earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. And I assume as COO, you probably at least review generally this document. I know you're not intimately familiar with it, but
Yes,
you're familiar.
to the extent of my expertise. in
To the
those
extent of
areas.
your expertise. I would move to introduce this as JI Exhibit 1.
It's not already in the record.
I don't believe so.
Any objection?
I don't believe so. I think it's a public document,
It
so.
It
It
is a
is.
public document.
This was pulled from the regulations.gov website.
So that's joint interviewers one.
JI 1, yes, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. So moving on from the application at issue here, the estimated cost for that Liberty Rice is about 500 million, right?
Correct.
Okay. So between this application and that one, this one was 1.5, that one's another $500 million, so just over 2 billion, right? Okay. And then the applications that were already approved last year for the Marion and Fayette County solar projects, are you familiar with roughly what those costs are?
Right off the top of my head, it's not coming clear.
Subject to check, if I told you it was about 335 million, does that sound
That
about
makes
right
sense.
for
Yeah,
those
I
two
was gonna
projects?
say a little bit less than that.
Okay. You'd say a little bit less than that?
That was just
Okay,
in that fog of my memory.
okay. And those projects were approved in December. Can you say what and I think Mr. West asked you about the basis for those. Those were not based on tax credits or New Era funding, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So since those were approved, has EKPC started taking the next steps to constructing and putting those into service?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Can you say what the status is right now?
Mr. Brad Young would be the best to
Mr. Young could? Okay.
get a current status report on it.
Thank you. All right. So that 2 billion plus 335 million for the other projects, subject to check. You don't have a calculator, I assume, with you, but that's about $2.4 billion for this plan in total.
Yes.
Okay. And the next part of that plan in total is these, the hopefully, I think you said, upcoming New Era application, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be for additional renewable resources as well as, I think, transmission projects. Is that right?
Primarily.
Okay. You were selected to receive 679 million in total grants and low interest loans under the New Era
Yes.
program, right?
Yeah, we were offered that as a potential.
Okay. I think in the previous hearing, Ms. Tucker stated that you had received an obligation letter from RUS for that
Correct.
amount?
Yes, that was brought out ahead of the Trump administration's takeover on January 20th.
Okay. Have there been changes then since that changeover in administration?
Yes, I would say that it's in a state of flux right now.
Okay. Do you still anticipate filing a CPCN application for those?
We are still anticipating doing that, yes.
Okay. Do you know when you anticipate filing that application right now?
No, sir, it really is in the hands of the federal government at this point.
Okay. And speaking of that state of flux, on March 25th of this year, USDA announced that it would release those previously obligated funds. You received that announcement, I'm sure?
Yes.
Okay. And I think about the same time, well, first, did EKPC receive a specific notice regarding that, or was that just you were aware from the press release?
I'm sure that we received a specific notice for
Okay.
that.
Would you be able to produce that post-hearing if we requested that?
Yes, you can request that.
Okay. And then about the same time, I think the next day, USDA provided recipients of New Era funding 30 days to submit amendments to their New Era applications. Does that sound
I don't
familiar?
recall the timelines.
Okay. You're aware EKPC received such a notice, though? An opportunity to revise that application?
I would have to confirm that.
Okay,
Yeah, obviously we did because we've had constructive conversations with them since then. But
okay. So you've had conversations with them about
yes,
possible changes. Are you aware whether EKPC received such a notice specifically?
I'm sure that we have.
Something in writing from them?
Yes.
And if we requested that notice, you'd be able to provide it?
Correct.
Okay. So assuming it was on March 26th, that would be 30 days from then would be April 26th, right?
Give or take.
Just a few days from now? Okay. Has the company submitted any changes to its project plans yet?
No, we have not.
Okay. Does the company plan to submit any changes to those projects?
We are planning to submit changes.
Okay. Can you say what changes you're planning to submit?
No, because we have not agreed with the new administration's interpretation of that obligation requirement as to the type of assets would be continued under consideration.
Okay.
It's just generally in a state of flux.
Can you state more about what that disagreement would be with the administration's interpretations?
No, not at this time.
Okay. If that change is anticipated by April 26th, I'm guessing this case won't be wrapped up by then. Would you be able to provide those changes into the record once they're submitted?
Once they're submitted, of course.
Do you know if that total amount, the $679 million, is part of those changes?
No, we're still focusing on
Okay,
$679 million.
so that's still the top level
Opportunity.
amount that you're focusing on?
Correct.
So it might be more of a change to what sort of projects that covers?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated the Lexington, or I'm sorry, the Fayette and Marion County solar projects that were already approved are not part of that New Era application?
That's correct.
Okay, so none
Well,
of that?
they are part of it, yes.
Okay.
They are part of it, but we're moving forward with those projects regardless because they make economic sense without the
Okay,
ITC funding.
but some of that 679 million may go towards that
Correct.
335 already mentioned?
Correct.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
No,
confusion.
that's why I'm asking, just trying to clarify everything. And then there were additional solar and hydro projects that may be a part of that next
Correct.
NEPA application.
Correct.
And this is the only portion where I might have a confidential question. I don't think I am, but stop me if I'm even close. But I just wanted to ask, without getting into the individual projects, would asking about the size of like solar versus hydro be confidential material?
At this point in time, yes, because it's all in a state of flux.
Okay. I might ask if we could enter confidential session really briefly then. This is the only line.
That's
Your
not-
Honor, I just want to ask what the relevance is to this, because we're not here for any of those projects. There's not a pending application for those projects. There's nothing for those projects before the commission today.
As we highlighted just a moment ago with Mr. Mosier, this application is part of a plan in total that any piece of could change how all of this outcomes. They've asked the commission to consider this in the context of additional solar generation in particular. The penetration of renewables has been a topic throughout the docket here.
I'll allow it, but
And
let's not
it's
go-
gonna be relatively brief.
Let's not go too far down this road.
Absolutely.
Briefly allow it. Okay, we are ready to go on to confidential.
My lifeline just left.
Well, he'll be able to see the rest from another room, I'm sure. I don't anticipate any other confidential questions. I did just want to go over the timeline for the projects a bit. We don't know the exact dates for everything, but I'd like to make sure we have generally the right things in order. I don't expect you to know the exact date when different things happen necessarily, but just the order of all of this. During the Liberty Rights hearing, I was asking you about that project, and I asked you about the justifications presented to the board. Do you recall that conversation? During
Yes.
that last hearing, just
Yes.
generally?
I'm not sure how it pertains to this case.
Okay. Well, you stated at the time that you held discussions frequently after Winter Storm
Yes.
Elliott with
Yes.
the board. Okay,
Yes.
and that Winter Storm Elliott was the genesis
Yes.
was your word, I think.
Yes.
of
And
that
all of these assets were discussed.
Okay, so that genesis applies to this application as well, right?
You just made the nexus, thank you.
Okay. And I think in response to Mr. West, you stated that really this conversation about the combined cycle started as early as 2017 with the board,
Yes, sir.
generally? Okay.
But as a matter of due course, we educate our board consistently, whether or not we're in the process of making a recommendation or not. We talk about all types of technologies and new technologies, not just generally related to this.
Okay. So not this project specifically, but you started discussing the possibility of a combined cycle as early as 2017?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We've always, any prudent utility knows, coal owning or not, that the next baseload generation during this era is natural gas combined cycle.
Okay. But to be clear, that project wasn't in your 2022 integrated resource plan, was it?
Oh, no, it was not. That was
Okay. No combined cycle was in that 2022.
the lights went on when Winter Storm Elliott. Anything pre-Winter Storm Elliott is totally irrelevant to how we think about our business going forward. It's not just East Kentucky Power, it's utility companies in general. That set a new mark.
Okay. And during Winter Storm Elliott, you saw your peak demand to that time, right?
Yes,
Okay. So it was the genesis for the plan in total, I think we just agreed, right?
yes,
Okay. And that occurred in December of 2022?
yes.
Okay. So you began scoping these projects in November of 2023, these projects specifically. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's in the time frame, sure.
Maybe a little bit earlier than that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
That scoping, did that include the plan in total or just the gas, the Liberty rights in this one that are already
The
submitted?
plan in general.
In general,
basically.
okay. And you submitted the combined cycle into the PJM interconnection queue in January of 2024, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would put the project in, I think you said generation queue for cycle number 1, which you're looking forward to approval at the time in the fourth quarter of 2027, right?
Yes,
Okay. So just proceeding from January 2024, April 2024 was when you submitted the CPCN for the Fayette and Marion County projects, right? Thereabouts?
thereabouts.
Okay. And then in June 2024, the Liberty rights was brought to EKPC's board, right?
Yes, about that time, correct.
Okay, that's when the board approved that project, right? And then the Liberty rights was submitted to the interconnection queue in August of 2024. Does that sound about right?
Yes,
Okay. And it was set to be in the same cycle as the CCGT here, right?
yes.
Okay. Before going on, I think in response to the exhibit that Mr. Kurtz displayed to you that was already in the record, that supplemental letter to PJM that you sent, that supplemental response that included a letter to PJM, right? You familiar with that?
General,
That we
yes.
just went over. You said that was as part of the hopefully expedited process for interconnection, right?
That is correct.
That would be the PJM Reliability Resource Initiative.
That's what it's called, yes.
Okay, the RRI. So that was the reason for that letter.
Yes.
And that was in response to something from PJM?
Yes, we were notified that we needed to make a declaration about the deactivation of Cooper Unit 1, if that was our intent.
Would you be able to provide that notice from PJM?
Yes, just send us a data request, we'll give you
Okay.
information.
And you submitted both these projects, the CCGT and the RICE, into the RRI. You applied?
That
to
is
have
correct.
it. Okay. Was there an application fee for that?
There probably was, but you can ask Denise Cronin
Okay.
about that cost.
I'll try to remember to do so. And if they were accepted in the RRI, that would significantly change that interconnection timeline, right?
It'd move it up at least a year,
At least a year? Okay.
we would hope.
Do you know the status of those applications?
We know that the study is ongoing,
Okay,
and that's about the best I can say at this point.
okay. I think that was also supposed to be timed out around the end of April. Do you know if that's still the case?
I don't recall the actual date of that.
Okay.
No.
Do you know who might know?
Denise Cronin.
Okay. We can follow up with Ms. Cronin.
Okay.
Back to the timeline. This application was submitted in September of 2024, right?
Okay, I'll take your word for that.
Okay. And the combined cycle was submitted to the PJMQ in January of 2024. Can you say why this application so that was before the RICE unit, but this application came after the application for the
Say
RICE
that
unit?
again.
Can you say,
Would you repeat that?
sorry, trying to trace the timeline here. So the combined cycle here was submitted to the PJM interconnection queue in January of 2024, right?
All right.
Okay. And the RICE unit was submitted to the interconnection queue in August of 2024, right?
Okay.
Can you state why the combined cycle application here came after the RICE unit? If the
I don't
PJM
recall. I don't recall.
don't recall why this was
No.
Okay. Just continuing with the timeline a little bit, you complete your long-term load forecast on a 2-year cycle, right?
Our long-term load forecast is basically on a 3-year cycle.
It's on a 3-year cycle
Coincide with the
to coincide with the
IRP.
IRP. Okay. So you completed your most recent one in
I'm sorry, it's 2 years.
2 years. Is there somebody I should follow up with on that, perhaps?
Miss Tucker.
Okay. We can follow up with her, but the most recent long-term load forecast is dated 2024, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that was finalized, I think, in December of 2024?
yes.
Okay. And that's when it was submitted to USDA or RUS too. Does that sound right?
Shortly thereafter.
Okay. And after the RICE hearing, I think EKPC followed up on the status of the long-term load forecast with RUS,
The EKPC follow-up?
with
Are
RUS on the status of approval of that.
I'm sure we have. You
Okay,
can ask Miss Tucker that.
okay. Are you familiar that RUS approved the LTLF in April, just over a couple weeks ago?
That makes sense.
Okay. Just talking about the selection process briefly, you didn't issue an all-source RFP. I think you stated in your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You evaluated the main suppliers of combined cycles, Mitsubishi, GE, and Siemens, is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
You ultimately selected Siemens because they had 2 production slots available.
We had 2 production slots. They're also the cheapest, and they're also the only ones that can meet our schedule.
Okay.
The others were 2 years behind, further back.
So you got pricing from each of those suppliers?
Yes.
And where in the production queue you would fall at the time?
That is correct.
Do you know when you got the pricing from those different suppliers?
You can ask Brad Young that.
Okay.
He's our Vice President of Engineering and Construction over this project.
Okay, thank you. Ultimately, you selected a sole source option with Siemens, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you've secured the production slot that you referenced
Yes, we
at
did.
this point. Okay. Have you entered into a contract with them at this point?
We need to do that, commit, I believe, at the end of July. But we have an option.
Okay. A limited notice to proceed, maybe?
I don't recall that. You can ask Mr. Young that.
Okay. Do you know how much money has been committed with that option at this point?
For those 2 units, roughly $16 million.
Do you know if any of that would be refundable if the project were
Yes,
denied or fell through for any?
It would be refundable. It's a public
The entire
works.
amount would be?
It would be, less any engineering work that had been done.
Okay. And have you secured, so you said it was the cheapest option, Siemens. Have you secured pricing at this point with them through that option then?
Yes, we have. You can discuss that with Brad Young.
Okay. And he would know what portions you've actually secured pricing on?
Yes.
Okay. You spoke with Mr. Kurtz for a little bit about battery storage systems just a
Yes.
moment ago.
Mhm.
And in your direct testimony, you discussed battery storage systems and why they weren't considered as an option, right?
I did.
Okay. One of those reasons you stated was that the New Era program didn't cover battery storage systems.
Yes,
Is that
and
right?
they still do not, in the context that they cannot be recharged via fossil fuels,
Okay.
only if it's specific to a solar installation in
Notice,
particular.
yeah, the notice of funding opportunity, I think specifically said that they could be applicable in support of reduction or GHG emission reduction or renewable energy systems.
We
generally.
had a meeting about a week and a half ago with the acting administrator of the RUS about this, and he reaffirmed the fact that we could not, in our context, utilize BESS and get funding.
By in your context, you mean
No
absent being connected?
ifs, ands, or buts.
And in your context, you mean not in connection to renewables?
It would have to be as a rechargeable resource at a solar facility, essentially.
Okay. But if it were paired with solar or other renewables,
Yes.
it could potentially be,
Yes.
okay. And you spoke to Mr. Kurtz about an estimate that you received on the cost of battery storage systems.
Yes.
That's something there.
Mhm.
And that cost estimate was from the National Renewables Cooperative, or NRCO, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And we may ask post-hearing more about this if you're unable to answer, but when asked about that in the other docket, EKBC provided an email chain. Do you recall that?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with that email chain with
Yes.
NRCO?
Yes, I'm generally familiar with it.
And that chain cites to an RFP issued by another cooperative, I think.
Mhm.
And I know some of that's redacted. I'm not going to ask about the redacted portions at all, just the source there. NRCO said that they haven't actually assisted any members in procuring or installing a system, right?
I recall them saying that, yes.
Okay. And the estimate they provided did not include investment tax credits, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was confirmed after joint interveners asked specifically about that, I think.
Okay.
Okay. You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also cited a recent application from LG&E and KU.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with that docket?
Yes, I've read that docket.
Okay, you read the application at least.
Yes.
It's still open, so it's ongoing. But just generally, you're aware that battery storage system was a self-build option from LG&E, right?
Yes.
It also was not the process of a competitive bid or anything, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
You also stated, cited a jobs benefit from a combined cycle the 60-plus jobs associated with the combined cycle, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you investigate how many jobs BES would create or support?
No, I did not. That would, the number of jobs that a BES would create is relatively de minimis,
But you didn't
in
investigate?
my
that?
estimation.
Okay,
In my estimation.
okay. I wanted to ask a little bit about your participation in PJM real quick, if I may. So you've been the executive vice. This sounds mean when I ask it. I don't mean to be. You've been in your position for some time now,
Yes,
right?
I'm an older gentleman. Yes.
That's not what I meant. I just meant that you have been around with the filings before this commission for some time. You're familiar with
Yes.
probably some going back a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Very wise.
I was trying for a while to think the most tactful way to ask that. I was not trying to impugn your age or anything of that matter.
My lawyer has noted that.
So you submitted testimony in the application to the commission to join PJM. Does that sound
Correct.
familiar?
Yeah,
It's been some
yes.
time, so you don't have to be specifically familiar with it. I'd like to bring that up if I could. Do you have, that's okay, I can, yeah. Let's see. Pages from. Yeah, that one. Okay. Okay. So this was, it doesn't have the case number on it, but I believe it was, well, I'm not sure. This was the part of the application for EKPC to join PJM interconnection. You submitted testimony. If you could scroll down just a little bit farther. This is your, no, oh, well, maybe we forget that chain. I extracted the wrong bit of testimony, sorry.
Okay.
But you recall that testimony generally, right? Just generally, you were asking for permission to join
I
PJM.
recall being at a place
You-
discussing that. Yes.
You cited certain benefits of being a PJM member, right?
Correct,
Okay, and one of those was that as a winter peaking
correct.
utility and PJM being summer peaking, you would not have to carry as much of a reserve margin.
That
right?
is correct.
Okay. And that, I mean, generally remains true as far as your obligation to PJM, right? You
Yeah, the
base
part
your
of our
capacity
obligation.
needs
Correct.
based on that summer peak.
Correct.
And in your application, you cited an excessive load over own capacity. Sorry, not in your application. Later, you saw an excessive load over own capacity during Winter Storm Elliott and Winter Storm Jerry. You cited that as part of the
Yes.
need for this application, right?
Right.
But you didn't shed any load during either of those events, right?
No, we did not, but we
Okay.
were very, very, very close.
Okay. You managed to keep the lights on, I guess, 3 successive years now during
Yes.
peaks. Okay. And part of the way you were able to do that was through your membership in PJM, right?
Oh, certainly,
Yeah.
certainly, yes.
As part of that older docket, you submit annual updates now on the status of your membership in PJM, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you take any part in reviewing those annual updates at all?
I haven't reviewed those updates in the last few years. no.
Okay. So if I had questions about those, maybe follow up with Mr. Cecil, I guess?
Or Denise Cronin could
Or
talk to you
Denise
about
Cronin.
that, possibly as well.
Okay.
One thing you should understand about our original application to join PJM was that our winter peak load was nowhere near what it was. We actually had about 400 megawatts of excess generation across the winter during that period of time. So our entire portfolio and load has changed completely.
Certainly. You've added generation since then as well.
Right.
Just generally wanted to ask you about Cooper Unit 1. If I could, it might be helpful if you turn to page 16 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Okay. And I apologize, I didn't write down what line number, but you stated that a decision to mothball Cooper 1 will be based on a number of factors.
Mm-hmm.
You find that line? Okay.
Line 9.
Okay. And those factors include the plant's material condition when the CC becomes commercial, right?
Correct.
The ultimate outcome of the GHG rule and some other federal rules, including the Casper Good Neighbor FIP.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that Cooper Unit 2 has an SER, so it doesn't have the same problems with the Good Neighbor rule.
Correct.
Among those factors, I noticed you didn't cite the cost to operate and maintain Cooper 1. I assume that would be a factor that would be considered as well.
Yeah, you can ask Mr. Craig Johnson about those costs specifically.
Yeah, without getting into the specific costs, though, I assume that the O&M costs of the unit compared to market prices or the price of other resources would be a factor that you'd consider
Yeah,
in deciding
absolutely.
whether or not
Absolutely.
to retire it.
Material condition of the unit, anything that requires a large capital injection is what would help drive the decision to mothball or not.
Sure, but aside from the capital, the O&M as well, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we could manage the O&M.
Sorry, say that again?
So we could manage the O&M. It's the capital investments that are where
But if the O&M were higher than,
rationalization decisions are made.
if the O&M were higher than another unit, though, it would impact that
It
decision?
would be marginal. But
Okay.
it's a small unit.
Just one moment, sorry. Yeah, just really quickly, aside from purchases during Winter Storm Elliott or otherwise, EKPC receives capacity bonuses through PJM if it's
Correct.
excess.
Correct.
Would you be the proper person to ask about bonuses received over the past couple of years, or?
Yeah, Denise Cronin or Tom Stadnick can talk to you about that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. I'm of the mind to take a quick break.
Sounds good to me.
15 minutes-ish, come back at 10:50. In case number 2024-00370, East Kentucky Power. And, let's see, I believe we're ready to move on to staff questions?
Thank you. Mr. Mosher, if the question I ask is not best suited for you, please just let me know and we'll ask whoever.
Okay.
But I wanted to follow up on something, I think it was either Mr. Kurtz or Mr. West asked you, that you mentioned. It was about the interconnection with LG&E
Right.
in Oldham County.
Mhm.
I know that in the 310 hearing, Julia Tucker kind of explained how you all are interconnected with the other utilities in the state. Are you familiar with the recent press regarding a data center possibly in Oldham County being built?
Yeah, generally.
Okay. Would your statements regarding your interconnection with LG&E in Oldham County be impacted, would this project be impacted by that particular project?
I couldn't tell you at this point in time.
Okay. All right, well, my next ones are much easier.
I would think not, but
Okay.
we'll see.
The other question we had, the rest will be a post-hearing data request. I think the only one left would be, you're familiar with the IRP generally?
Yes.
And I will say, I don't know that you are the best person to ask, but I believe on page 198 of the public filing of the IRP, and I don't know whether I did PDF pages or. That may have been,
I'm sorry, what?
the actual 198 page of the IRP, not the PDF page.
Oh.
I apologize for that.
She said it.
It's in the compliance planning section.
Are you asking about the most recent IRP that was filed? Okay.
I think that's what Ms. Temple was gonna pull up.
Section 9, page 213 of the PDF.
It's page 219 of the
P-
PDF.
219, okay. Page 219 of the PDF, page 198 of the actual document.
Yes.
Okay.
There's kind of a big paragraph there in the middle. It starts with EKPC complies with MATS.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look down toward the bottom of that, there's a statement about Spurlock Unit 3 won't be able to attain consistent compliance with the new FPM emission limit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then I know this this IRP was filed after the application in this case. And in this case, I believe there was some discussion and a response to the third data request that this project may address that issue. Do you know how this project will address the issue as it's raised in the IRP?
Well, after your lengthy discussion, I'm gonna refer you to Jerry Purvis
Okay.
for that.
There was no easy way to get to that, so I apologize. Okay, and there's two requests left that we had for you all. Mr. West asked basically everything that we wanted to discuss with regard to the corporate sustainability plan, except for we would ask in a post-hearing data request the quantitative support or in the alternative, the cost impact of the corporate sustainability plan, in particular, the 35% reduction that you all discussed.
Yes, we'd be happy to entertain that.
And then we also had another post-hearing data request, and it relates in some degree to the IRP, but it mentions in the IRP the legacy rule, the CCR legacy rule.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that there are 11 facilities that EKBC currently has that might be subject to that particular rule.
Right.
And we were just going to request a list of those facilities as well as whether any of the units in this application would be implicated by that legacy rule.
That'd be
So,
fine.
And thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Richard?
Well, all the questions I had have been answered, so I won't re-ask them, but I just want to go back to your planning process. You still feel that a 30-year kind of plan gives you the best hedging against different administrations or different rules, but
Correct.
still keeps you on the track?
Yes.
Or resiliency, reliability, and low cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I can't exactly find where this is, but in 2026, you're expected to have a short capacity as compared to the forecasted winter peak. Do you still think you're gonna be short capacity in 2026?
You're talking about East Kentucky Power or
Yeah.
PJM?
East Kentucky Power.
Yes. Ask Julie Tucker that question,
Okay. All right, thank you.
certainly.
Good morning. I don't remember if it was morning or afternoon. Yeah, we're still morning. This has been interesting discussion this morning, and it's got a lot of my questions as well. Let's see, I think I'll start with the the letter to PJM that we referenced earlier, where you're talking about, I guess, retirement and replacement. Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
required to give them that much notice?
This is distinct for this reliability resource initiative action that they're undergoing right now. So this was, like I said, this is a procedural step that they required to include in their study, knowing, so that their study can recognize the fact that we anticipate deactivating Cooper Unit 1 when that new unit becomes available.
And that's not a firm decision at this point,
No,
right?
it's not, it is not, no.
Okay.
It's all, obviously, it's still subject to the Public Service Commission approval eventually,
Right,
to the
and
EPIC
and
committee.
Epic.
and if,
At what point is the trigger for when you need to notify Epic?
at some point in time, probably towards the end of 2026, we probably will have to obligate ourselves to whether or not we're going to deactivate that unit or incur the transmission expenses of $50 million that I mentioned earlier. So that would be really the trigger point when we would get EPIC and commission involvement, but our legal team can expound on that.
And I did not mean to be asking you to make a legal conclusion there, but, so there would be.
I'm an engineer, I can do that part-time.
Really?
No.
Because I cannot do engineer jobs with my life. But, so there would be an additional transmission expense of $50 million if
Yes,
you
ma'am.
want to keep it online.
If we want to keep it online.
And you would need to make that decision by the end of 2026.
Once our application for the RRI process is accepted and we are asked to sign an interconnection agreement, that's when we are obligated to
Mhm.
either deactivate the unit
Mhm.
or start the deactivation process, basically.
We've
Or,
had-
or incur those expenses in the alternative.
We've had the EPIC commission process in place, but, and now we have an EPIC board in place, but nobody is dying to be the first one to apply.
We're not
And-
excited to be the first one by
No.
any stretch, but we will follow the process to the nth degree for sure. And our board ultimately has to make that decision as well, prior to coming to the EPIC committee.
So this application is roughly $1.3 billion, right?
For the combined cycle, 0.26 billion for the co-firing.
And we're looking at a 2030 start date.
By the end of 2030 is our goal, yes, ma'am.
In the meantime, just a lot up in the air as to what federal and state
Correct.
guidelines are gonna be. We're asking you, and especially Ms. Tucker, to have a crystal ball sometimes.
Mhm.
Do you know what time period you would expect to co-fire?
We have to co-fire by the end of this decade, according to greenhouse gas rule, which is today's law. So by the end of this decade, we have to co-fire or close the units by the end of 2031.
But you'll be doing it sooner than that.
Yeah, the natural gas pipeline is scheduled to come on around 2029, early 2029, and then we will interconnect those to the coal units that we're co-firing.
And then what is the expected time that you would continue co-firing? Just,
Under the current law, we can do it until the end of 2038, and then we have to shut down the facility.
and then by 2039, you would have to have a whole new plan.
Have to have a different plan for that, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So sort of a holding pattern at this point, but you have to make applications and move ahead.
Yes, sort of a holding pattern, but if you look at the silver lining there, the act of co-firing will generate enough avoided cost in the marketplace and actually allow Cooperative to run even cheaper, that those facilities will practically pay for that investment during that period of time.
So you talked about how there's only 3 manufacturers and we have to get in line, and if for some reason this weren't approved, that you would have to start over and get back into a 3 to 4 year wait list again. Are there safeguards and contractual mechanisms that would allow you to get out of these contracts if for some reason the PSC doesn't approve?
That would be a good question for our legal
Okay.
team.
Anybody else who's a witness that might be able to answer that?
Brad Young could weigh in on that as well. But ultimately, our board and our commission have the say-so, and we will have incurred expenses up until that point, but
Okay.
beyond that, we fully intend to construct and complete those projects.
I saw a news article last week that said that President Trump had announced exceptions to the MATS rule.
Yes.
And that in particular, 2 of EKPC's plants, Burlock and Cooper, would be listed among those that would receive exceptions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need those?
Do we need those? We're on the margin safe for Spurlock Unit 3. Jerry Purvis can talk to you about that a bit more. But when given the opportunity, of course, we wanted to exercise that option. But we are fully compliant at this point in time.
Fully compliant right now, but one is on the margins and may
Correct.
need those exceptions.
Yeah, when they reduced the filterable particulate matter from .03 pounds per million BTU to .01, that creates problems for a number of utilities, not just East Kentucky Power. And that's why we all sought exemptions when it was offered.
Obviously, those that hadn't been announced at the time of this application, does it affect this application?
No, ma'am, it does not.
Just there if you need it, I guess?
It's there if we need it, but we are working on compliance plans all the time.
Hate to see a good conversation come to an end. That may be it for me. Do we have redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And anything further?
No.
Okay. Since you're the lead witness, generally, I wouldn't excuse you and ask you to stick around. But otherwise, you can step down from the seat.
Thank you.
Counsel, call your next witness.
I'm gonna call Craig Johnson.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Mr. Johnson. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Counsel?
Would you please state your name and business address?
My name is Craig Johnson. Working address is 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky.
And what is your title at EKPC?
I'm the Senior Vice President over Power Production.
And did you provide any testimony or responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any revisions, amendments, or edits to any of those responses or to that testimony?
No.
And is it your desire to have those responses and your testimony incorporated into the record here today?
It is.
And I do not have any further questions, and he's available for cross.
Okay. Attorney General's office,
No questions from this witness.
Mr. West?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, are you present during the monthly board meetings of the East Kentucky Board of Directors?
I am.
Okay. So there's 16 member owners. Who participates for the individual co-ops? Is it the general manager of the co-op who comes to the EKPC board meetings?
Typically, all the representatives are there for the member boards, and CEOs may or may not be present.
Okay, so the member boards elect somebody to go to the EKPC board,
That's correct.
and the general manager may accompany the member board person.
That's correct.
So how many people are in attendance at one of these, a typical EKPC board meeting?
Subject to check, including East Kentucky Power.
Okay, yes.
Generally, I would say 50.
Okay, so this process that Mr. Mosier described about how keeping the board informed so that they can make informed decisions on behalf of their members, can you describe that a little bit more in detail, from your perspective?
From my perspective.
As to this case.
Okay. A lot of it starts at the committee meetings, Board Risk Oversight Committee, the Strategic Issues Committee. We have other committees, but those are the two that take up the major issues on making sure the company is adequately hedging our risk, market exposures. SI Committee is more strategic, as you might imagine. Don Mosier, who I report to, is the lead executive sponsor for that committee. So one of the charges of the operations group is to make sure the strategic plan that the board has put in place is executed properly. So we do a lot of training in those committee meetings, as well as the board meeting, as well as typically annual retreats that the board holds to look at the strategic plan for East Kentucky.
With respect to this case, what outside experts did the presented to the EKPC board, excuse me?
Outside experts, as Mr. Mosier has already testified, were members of ACES. They routinely participate in training sessions. There's been numerous CEOs that have participated to give a perspective from the power market and power supply from their cooperative point of view. EPRI, we are members of EPRI, which is Electric Power Research Institute. They come in and they've come in and give a overview of the whole electric power industry before. PJM has come in and given a market overview. So there's several from that point of view. I can't remember any more specific than that, but quite a few over the years.
Okay. ACES, ACES, is the group that the co-ops own, I guess, who advise co-ops around the country on market issues and other things?
Correct.
They provide you with energy and capacity forecasts for PJM?
That's probably a better question for Julie.
Okay. The combined cycle that you're asking for approval, can you explain how the combined cycle, you start with basically two big jet engines on the front end, gas comes in, the heat turns a combustion turbine, and the waste heat is converted to steam that turns the steam turbine, and the steam's recycled back in, and there you go?
That's a good description. Combined cycle is the same type of engines we operate today at Smith and Bluegrass, except that we operate them in simple cycle mode, which means you waste all the exhaust out through the atmosphere. And we use Hersig's in the Cooper case. Each combustion turbine will
What
have
was that, heat recovery steam generator, Hersig?
Hersic is a heat recovery steam generator that will produce the steam that will drive the steam turbine. And you typically get about 33% more energy in a combined cycle mode than you do a simple cycle.
Okay. And the heat rate that you're expecting from this machine is 6,500? The lower the heat rate, the better, right?
The lower the heat rate is better. These will be just a little, at full load, a little less than 6,500.
And the variable O&M is pretty low for a power plant. I think you said it's $1.7 a megawatt hour or thereabouts.
Yes, in a combined cycle mode, your maintenance is based on hours of operation as compared to a peaker, and you're starting to get in starts that set your maintenance of maintenance cycles.
Okay, so let's take the 6,500 heat rate, $4 gas, $4 an MCF gas, and your variable O&M. What will it produce energy at?
$4 gas,
Yes.
subject to check, you're probably around a $26 resource, 26, 27.
And then one
Dispatch cost.
And then add $1.70 for variable O&M?
No, that would be with variable.
Okay, so that will that be your lowest fuel cost unit at that point? Under that example, I know, coal and gas changes every day, but,
If you looked at today's dispatch order, that would be the lowest cost.
okay. And customers get that low-cost benefit through the fuel adjustment automatically?
That, Julie could probably explain the fuel adjustment a lot better than I could, but, if you're displacing that market with that low-cost resource, so that would be a nice hedge when the fuel adjustment falls.
Okay. Now, let's do this. Assume that the 111 B and D rules survive or are affirmed. You are going to be required to run that new gas unit at a maximum 40% capacity factor.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So under that scenario, you would kind of ration out those hours for the most valuable hours.
That is correct. We would try to hit the times when we could monetize it the best in the market.
Kind of run it during the on-peak periods.
And definitely we would try to save as much capacity for peak times, much like we do today.
And you would save up enough hours to get you through the winter problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the 111 B and D rules are reversed or rescinded, what would you expect that new combined cycle capacity factor to be?
Subject to check, I think the modeling shows something a little less than 60%. It's in the 50s, 50% capacity factor range.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, let's talk about the co-firing. Let's start with Spurlock. You're going to build a new gas pipeline to Spurlock, the 4-unit Spurlock station, about 1,300 megawatts total, and you're going to co-fire up to 50% of each of the 4 units with natural gas.
We are going to contract for the major pipeline, which is about 40 miles, and then internal to the plant from the meter and regulating station, well, that's where our scope will start. But yes, we'll co-fire about 50%.
And that 40% capacity factor limitation would not apply because these would be considered existing units? Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. So if the 111 B and D rules survive, you could co-fire up to 50% as your plan, and then run the rest of the facility on coal?
Correct.
Okay. So if the 111 B and D rules survive, how would you envision the coal gas mixture to be?
Well, as I haven't seen the quite all the details, Jerry Purvis might have a better answer to that. But from a operational sense, I would be in hopes, especially on units 1 and 2, that we could pull all the coal out of the unit at night, which is typically, in typical operation, that's when PJM would take us to our minimum load, which is right around 50%. And so by not having to fire coal at night, we could just fire natural gas and keep adequate temperatures to keep all the pollution, the SCR mainly, in operation on the backside. And that would help save some costs on variable O&M. And then during the day, inject the coal back up and ramp back up to
So in the,
full load.
okay, so, because the variable O&M on coal is much higher, the scrubber reagent, the landfill costs and so forth, and you don't have that with gas.
That is correct.
So if the 111 B and D rule survives, you have that optionality, that flexibility that you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take a situation where you get approval for the CPCN at Spurlock, you make the investments, and the 111 B and D rule is overturned. Then what happens? Do you still have that flexibility and optionality? Would that flexibility and optionality be a good thing, or would you have sort of quote wasted the money because the rule was overturned but you spent the money anyway?
Well, it's the operator of the units that's having gas there would help us. It would give us a lot of optionality there.
How so?
Well, one thing, if it would help during times like if you had a auxiliary such as a pulverizer that you had to take out of service, you could make up that generation with the gas, because gas doesn't use any of the coal handling like the pulverizers to to inject the fuel into the furnace. And then coming down at night on low load conditions, you'd save all the variable cost associated with burning coal could be used.
Would it also be a fuel hedge? If gas goes up in price or coal goes up in price, you could vary your operations?
I would think so. That might be a better question for Mark Horn, but anytime you have competition on fuel supply, it's a better thing.
Okay. Let's turn to Cooper 2, co-firing up to 100% natural gas.
Yes.
Okay, same scenario. The CPCN's approved. You spend the money to co-fire at Cooper, which is a relatively older unit and a relatively smaller unit, 225 megawatts. And the 111 B and D rule survives. That gives you the ability to continue running that plant by having made this investment.
Yes. Yeah.
Run it past 2031, I guess I should say.
If greenhouse gas survives, we'd have the ability to run all of our coal units by co-firing until the end of, I think it's 2038.
Now, what if you spend this money, the CPCN's approved, you spend this money, and the 111 B and D rule is thrown out? Would you get value out of the investment through optionality and fuel hedging and things of that nature?
Yes, the modeling shows that Cooper 2, which is right now, average probably a 20% capacity factor resource, would probably operate 40% of the time. So just the savings through from not having to make up energy purchases through the market would probably pay for this conversion.
And that's Ms. Tucker's Exhibit 5 to the application, the
I
fuel
don't.
savings. Question, Cooper, is a relatively high coal cost delivered facility because it's not on the river?
Yeah, all of Cooper's coal comes by truck.
By truck. And it's some Central Appalachian low sulfur coal?
I wouldn't say that it's low sulfur coal, it's medium sulfur.
Okay, but it's not Illinois based and it's not barge, it's trucked in?
It's 100% truck right now, yes.
Okay, so by co-firing, you would get a relatively lower fuel source with gas pipeline versus trucked-in coal?
That is correct. On BTUs, dollars per million BTU, gas would be cheaper.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Joining interveners?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. I have just one quick set of questions for you. You spoke just a minute ago with Mr. Kurtz about the heat rate at the combined cycle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And both winter and summer, it's approximately 6,500 BTUs per kilowatt hour, give or take,
That's easy to remember for me, 6,500.
rounding. And I'm just asking about generalities here. You said that's at full load, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if the unit were operated at less than full load, I assume those heat rates would go, I always get these mixed up. The heat rates would go up, which would mean more expensive to operate, right? It would take, you would get less kilowatt hours per BTU, right?
That's
At
correct.
low road, okay. And do you have data on the heat rate curve or the variation of heat rate for that combined cycle?
We do. Yeah,
Okay.
a 2-on-1 offers you more flexibility, in my opinion, than a 1-on-1 because you could, at low load conditions, you could completely take one of the combustion turbines off, which allow you to operate the one that's running at a higher capacity, which, in my opinion, is going to, on a monthly basis, is probably going to be better than a 1-on-1 configuration.
Okay. If we asked for those heat rate curves post-hearing, would you be able to provide data on that? For
I'm
this
sure
one?
we could, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just one second. Yeah, the gas pipeline contract, the details of that, would that be appropriate to ask you about? Or
I would ask Mark Horn.
Mr. Horn?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I thought, just wanted to make sure. No other questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, I know Mr. Kurtz touched on, some of the specific individual units, but on in your direct testimony on page 6, lines 10 and 11, you indicate that under the EPA greenhouse gas rules, the output of the Cooper CCGT would be limited to a 40% capacity factor. And do you still believe that to be true?
Yes, under current regulations, it would be 40%,
Okay.
40% cap.
And then I know they're kind of up in the air, but was that particular limitation taken into consideration when EKPC did its long-term load forecast?
I think that would probably be a better question for Ms. Tucker.
Okay, that's all we had for Mr. Johnson.
I don't have.
Mr. Johnson, you oversee operations of these plants. Do you have, can you give us an idea of how much of the coal that EKPC burns is mined in Kentucky?
That would probably be a better question for Mr. Horn, but 100% of the coal for Cooper is mined in Kentucky.
I saw public comments in this case filed from about 5 different entities who were all in support, local entities. Did you look at those?
I think I've seen most of them.
Okay. It was just generally supporting reliability as well as keeping people employed. How many people does EKPC, if you know, employ at these plants?
Under my watch, I think, subject to check, we have about 360.
Between Cooper?
Well, that's all my all the generation fleet. That would include landfill gas and Bluegrass, Smith.
Okay. Even the 5 landfill gas?
Yes.
How many employees at the landfill gas?
There's about 7 for landfill gas.
at each of the 5 or a total?
total.
Okay. So the majority of those are at these plants, and the Spurlock and Cooper?
Yeah, majority's at Spurlock. There's probably about 240 at Spurlock.
I think everything else has been answered that I had. Can you redirect?
No.
Anything else you thought? No. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Oh, thank you.
Councilman, I'm okay with calling the next witness. Do you know if this is gonna be a long one, or?
I would assume Mr. Young would take some time, but I guess it's up to you what you wanna, how you wanna proceed.
Let's get him started.
Okay. And then we would call Mr. Young, please.
Mr. Young, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
And counsel, you may ask.
Mr. Young, could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Brad Young. I'm Vice President of East Kentucky Power.
And what is your title at East Kentucky?
I am Vice President of Engineering and Construction.
And in this case, did you provide any testimony or responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any revisions, edits, amendments to any of that testimony or data responses?
No, I did not.
And is it your intention to have those responses to data requests and direct testimony incorporated into the reference of this proceeding today?
It is, yes.
And Mr. Young is now available for cross.
And for the Attorney General's office?
We don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Pierce?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any interveners look like you're ready to go?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Young.
Good morning.
Just making sure it's still morning. So you are the Vice President of Engineering and Construction for EKPC, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In that role, you're responsible for the planning, engineering, and construction of projects associated with EKP's power production and transmission capital investment portfolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your role regarding the proposed Cooper CCGT project?
So my role with the Cooper Combined Cycle Project was to assist our partners, when I say partners, our transmission and generation team, with the development of the project from a resource perspective. I assisted with the feasibility study, which was also as part of my testimony, that looked at the different locations for not just the Rice engine, but in particular it was the combined cycle. And then also with the development of the scope, the cost estimate and schedule for execution, as well as the staffing.
And the feasibility study that you referred to, is that attachment BY4 to your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then the scoping, project scoping reports, those are attached as attachment BY1 and 3?
I believe that's correct, subject to check. There were 3 different scoping reports.
Okay. Just make sure I have them correct. So it's the BY1 is the CCGT scoping report.
Correct.
BY2 is the Cooper Unit 2 gas co-firing.
Correct.
And BY3 is the Spurlock gas co-firing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who do you report to?
I report to Don Mosier, our Executive Vice President and COO.
Okay, great. And you were here during his cross-examination this morning?
Yes, sir, I was.
And your role for the proposed Spurlock and Cooper gas co-firing projects, was that similar to your role in the Cooper CCGT?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are there any other witnesses in this proceeding that you worked with on those projects?
Yes, Craig Johnson, who was just a witness that just testified. I have also worked with Jerry Purvis, who is Vice President of our environmental team, who'll be here momentarily. Mark Horn as well, so, Darren Adams, several of the witnesses today.
Great, okay. And you also worked a fair amount with Burns and McDonnell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was their role?
Their role is the owner's engineer, which helped us with not just the feasibility study for the new resource evaluation, but also with the transmission and generation project scope and reports for each of the proposed project, for each of the projects.
And so those studies were designed to evaluate whether to proceed with these projects?
No, the feasibility was to look at, based off of what Julie Tucker in Power Supply, she establishes the need for the projects. And then we went through the feasibility reports and looked at potential resource options, what those might be, whether it's a combined cycle or if it was a RICE engine, et cetera. And then what the cost of those would be, the schedule to implement those, and then what the scope would look like.
Okay, so your decisions whether to proceed with the projects, did those predate the Burns and McDonnell's reports, or?
No, the Burns and McDonnell reports were to give our executive management team, some of the aforementioned that I talked about, Don Mosier, Tony Campbell, as well as the board, the data and information necessary in order to make a more informed decision on what to move forward with.
Okay. So you would not have wanted to proceed with one of the projects before you had that data from Burns and McDonnell?
Correct. We wouldn't know what the project even consisted of, if it was even an executable project, without having their information and their due diligence efforts. We wouldn't know about the siting as well until they were able to go in and look at those different available options.
Okay, and that's true for the CCGT project, the gas co-firing projects?
That's mainly, yes, it is. But from a siting perspective, it was mainly the CCGT that we're talking about today. But they had a very similar role with respect to RICE, the RICE project.
So you also would not have wanted to proceed with the RICE units until you had the Burns and McDonnell's analyses?
Correct. That coupled with many other things, transmission evaluations that would be conducted, the RFP for the gas line. So there's multiple different aspects that go into these different types of scoping and feasibility studies.
Okay, and referring back to a discussion that was had this morning with Mr. Mosier, who I believe he suggested following up with you about the vendor selection process for the CCGT.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware of that?
Mm-hmm. I am.
And were you involved in that process?
I was.
Okay. And my understanding is EKPC selected Siemens for the vendor for major equipment for the project?
Correct. There was, to add some additional information for Mr. Mosier's comments and testimony, we did conduct an RFP in January of 2024. As part of these scoping studies, what we do, and it's noted, there's an actual matrix inside of each of the scoping reports that shows what is a budgetary quote, what is a quote that, we've gone out to suppliers to get pricing from, what's something that they've estimated based off of previous work experience, et cetera, those type of events, and those are clarified in the tables. We did go out to 2 OEMs in January, and we did receive pricing, and that was based off the F-Series machines. And what, at the time, Siemens had the most competitive price. So we did include that as part of this. That was not the only decision factor that went into moving forward with Siemens as the OEM.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, that was in January 2024?
Yes, sir. January 2024, bids came back in February of 2024.
And that was pricing for the full project, or what?
That was pricing for what we identified as the scope of what the combustion turbines would be, as well as any of the support equipment associated with that.
Do you know, like, approximately what percentage of the full pricing that consists of?
It was approximately, and subject to check, it was in the 140 to 150 some $1 million range for the project.
Okay. So there's other pricing around the project. I mean, this is a $1.317 billion project, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And it mainly was associated with the combustion turbines. So the additional HRSG and other large components as well, they're high price items were not included in that initial, what I'm referring to from an RFP perspective.
Okay. And you went ahead and selected Siemens as the vendor for the combustion turbines and other equipment in order to reserve a spot in line, essentially?
Correct, and that was one of the other determining factors, is that they did have slot availability as early as 2027, 2028 timeframe, which would support the project.
And you were interested in reserving a spot because there is currently extremely high demand for the major equipment needed for a CCGT, is that right?
Correct.
And if you could go to your attachment BY1, which is the Cooper CCGT project scoping report.
And I believe part of that may be confidential. Are we
Okay.
getting into any of the confidential stuff? Okay.
No, I'm just doing the redacted version, so.
All right.
If anybody thinks so, say so
Yeah,
quickly, okay?
certainly. Okay, and so this is a Burns and McDonnell report regarding the Cooper CCGT unit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it is dated November 7th, 2024?
I have a couple of different versions, but yet the one I have is a dated 10/31/2024.
Okay, does it have a revision number?
This is Rev 0. Is there another Rev that you have?
I have a revision 0 is on the docket from November 7th, 2024.
I don't think there were any material changes, but I'd have that one.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So there's an earlier version of this document, also revision 0?
There is another version that I have in front of me that is dated 10/31/2024. This is another 11/7/2024.
Okay, and do you know why they would both be revision 0?
I don't know if there was, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Do you know if there's any significant changes between the two versions?
That I do not know.
Okay, well, let's look at, you are now on the November 7th version?
I am, yes.
Okay, okay, if you could turn to page 6-1, which is the project schedule.
Mhm.
Okay, and so this is laying out a project schedule for a commercial operation date of the CCGT by December 2030, correct?
So let me go to it, sorry.
Okay, it's 61, sorry. Good. Or we could put it up if that's easier.
There we go. Thank you so much. Okay? Yes.
Okay. And so table 6-1 on that page says project milestones. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then a number of lines down, there's engineering procurement. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And there's the first line is LNTP for engineering for long lead equipment.
Correct.
And it says November 2024.
It does.
Is that the vendor agreement with Siemens?
That was multiple different, so what we requested from the board was approval to move forward with a limited notice to proceed for engineering to identify and to start the process of developing packages to acquire long lead time equipment so we could better understand what the time frame was for delivery of those and also what the pricing was. our attempt was to try to get under a limited notice to proceed as many of the long lead time equipment such as GSUs, the combustion turbines that we just talked about a few moments ago, to try to secure the pricing of those, also the availability that would also lead into the slot agreement you spoke about.
And just to clarify, GSU is?
It's a generator step-up unit. It's the transformers that come out of the from in the switch yard, basically.
Okay, so the agreement with Siemens is a limited notice to proceed on the combustion turbine?
The agreement with Siemens is what they term in the industry as a slot agreement. We have until July of this year to execute a contract with them for these two units, and we're working with them right now to go through what the commercial as well as the technical requirements are for the scope of that contract, as well as any of your termination, force majeure, additional language that needs to be incorporated in that to make it an executable document. This is only for the slot agreement, which I think those are about $6.8 million per unit.
The slot agreement itself
The
was
slot agreement itself.
6.8 million,
I think they're each about that.
and there's 2 units?
There's 2 units.
Okay, so it's, the total cost is almost 14 million?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that refundable if the commission were to reject the project?
It is not refundable.
None of it?
It is not refundable. If the project did not move forward, it would not be refundable. Now, we could seek to acquire and sell those units, and that could be advantageous to anyone who has a slot agreement right now, because what we're being told is that the incremental price, if we were to not move forward, would be about a 30% increase in those units. So there is an opportunity that we could take possession, or we could look to work with Siemens to get those reassigned to someone else and be made whole.
And is part of entering into the final notice to proceed in July 2025, is there a resetting of any costs?
There will be index pricing in it that will be associated with what, if there's been any escalation in materials, et cetera, since those units were initially quoted. But at this point, we believe those are relatively minor. But there will be a mechanism for escalation based on a point in time, and that point in time was going back to January 2024 when we did the initial budgetary proposal.
Okay, I believe you gave a rough cost of 150 million previously. That is not fully locked in, correct?
Correct, it is not at this point, and it won't be locked in until July when we execute.
Okay, are there other limited notices to proceed that you have entered regarding this project?
There are only 3 at this time. There's the aforementioned one that we just talked about with the combustion turbines, and then also the GSU, the generator step-up units with transformers, again, because they're long lead time items, and then also Burns and McDonald.
So the Barnes and McDonald, that's the same entity that did the feasibility and scoping studies?
Correct, because they are moving forward with us to help us to identify the long lead that in the previous, what you had mentioned on the LNTP here of November 2024.
And are there costs under those limited notices to proceed that you are committed to paying, even if the commission were to reject the project?
Yes, as of today, we are just over $20 million of costs incurred to date.
And that's including the Siemens?
Yes, sir.
Is it typical to lock in $20 million of spending before you receive approval from the commission to actually proceed with the project?
What we do not make financial commitments of large scale for the project. Like for instance, it's a $1.3 billion project, very significant it is. But there are costs that we've had to incur to be in line. Now, with that said, like you had said a moment ago, the $6.8 million per unit are ones that if the commission did choose to not move forward, that we would look to try to get back, right? We would try working with the OEM to be able to assign those to other customers. And could we even possibly even make a profit on that? We'd have to look at that and see, just based on what the market and what the OEM is telling us at that 30% increase. The same thing with the GSUs. What we've entered into limited notices to proceed with the GSUs, and what the supplier's already telling us is that those price escalations, even if we were to lose out on that fee, on what that GSU cost would be, we could look to reassign those as well. So in total, what I would anticipate from a significance of the cost that you're referring to would probably be more in the probably $5 to $6 million range, because the engineering costs are those costs that we could not reassign. But the GSU, as well as the CTs, we would look to try to recover those to lessen what the impact has been for the cost for the development of the project to date.
Okay, so if the commission were to reject the project, you estimate that the cost that EKBC and ultimately your ratepayers would be on the hook for would be about $5 to $6 million?
Yes, sir. Subject to check, but yes, that's correct.
And this project was far enough along that you submitted it into the PJM interconnection queue in January of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe earlier today, Mr. Mosier was testifying that ever since Winter Storm Elliott, you've felt like something needed to be done and you were planning to move forward with major capital projects to address the capacity issues, correct?
Correct.
So why did you wait till November 2024 to come to the commission when you knew you were incurring contractual agreements that have costs that would ultimately go to ratepayers? Why did you wait till November 2024 to present this to the commission?
Because speaking on what my opinion is that the development of any type of new resource, you have to have the need, right, which, we rely on our power supply team to do that. But then talking about the aforementioned feasibility study and analysis had to be conducted as part of one of my attachments for that feasibility. I think it stated September of 2024. We had to go through and identify what the location would be. Now, with that, when we looked at that, I think we looked at Greenup County or Tigers Creek, as well as we also looked at Smith. We looked at putting the combustion turbine at Cooper. We had to go through and evaluate what the total transmission costs, what we estimated those to be. We also had to look at the interconnection queue. We had to look at what that point of interconnection would be. We had to make a decision or a recommendation to our board and our executive management on where to put the unit. Then in combination with that, that also goes into selecting what that unit, you had to look at the environmental time frame and schedule that for any type of EIS impacts, which I will defer those types of impacts to and schedule to Jerry Purvis. But then finally, we had to also conduct an RFP that was led by Mark Horn and the fuels team to identify what the gas supply would be for these units. So combine all of that into one full final recommendation to our board, which we made last year. Then we started constructing the case, which led us to this timeline, to the aforementioned time when we did present the CPC into the PSC.
But if you submitted the project into the interconnection queue in January of 2024, you already knew the location where the project was going to be, right?
So it's a very good question. So we submitted the project into the PJM interconnection queue because whenever we had evaluated and looked at this, based on a timing perspective, we thought that that there were a lot of good reasons for it. We had gone through and looked at what the transmission upgrades would be. We had looked at many different aspects of it. We had not done the RFP for the gas at that time. But we knew that the PJM interconnection queue was getting long. It was getting there's a lot of other projects that are associated with the PJM interconnection queue. We felt reasonably confident that it would be at Cooper based on what our transmission as well as what the schedule would be for that, for either building at Smith or building at Tiger Creek over where Greenup County is. We saw a lot of advantages to going ahead and moving forward with Cooper. The other thing that we did is we went ahead and said, let's go ahead and put it with a point of interconnect in at Cooper, knowing that if it's in the queue, we could modify it later. Because PJM, even though we put it into the queue with the point of interconnect assuming Cooper, we knew that we could come back later once PJM had worked through the projects that were in front of it, and we could confirm if we needed to change it as well. That happened to us on the Liberty project. the Liberty project, which was submitted, I think it was brought up in the testimony earlier, was submitted after CCGTs because we were still going through and evaluating different factors that I've just talked about. And initially, whenever it was put in to the PJM interconnection queue, it was put in with an interconnection in Campbellsville, a location near Campbellsville, Kentucky, which later, after continued due diligence, was determined that no, the best place to put that resource for multiple reasons was there at Liberty, Kentucky. But all those different things had to be done so beforehand. So that's really what the whole thought process was for putting it in for Cooper, was it looking like that was the best place to put it? It absolutely was. We confirmed that it did based on additional due diligence and RFPs and other things. But that's why it went in January, was to get into the queue so that it would be available and ready, and in parallel, we would continue our due diligence efforts.
Okay, going back to your engineering and procurement timeline in BY1,
Okay?
there's a
Yes.
March 2025 date for award power transformers for Cooper substation. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Has that been done?
No, that has not been done, because of some of the things you just said a moment ago about we don't get in front of the commission. What we've done is that we have essentially arranged for a slot agreement to give our board, our executive management team, Public Service Commission, the time that it needs to decide whether to move forward with the project. So as a result, we have very limited risk on the GSUs on this power transformer, and we've been able to just work underneath that.
So
Again,
you're now delaying that till July or whenever the commission moves?
Once the commission if the commission approves, then we would look forward to them making it a final contract.
Okay. If you look at page 1-5 of this BY1, which is PDF page 14,
Yes.
and this is where the report provides the estimated capital costs that we discussed earlier of $1.317 billion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that cost does not include any escalation, correct?
It is not.
And escalation reflects how costs of labor, equipment, and materials typically increase over time, is that right?
Correct. Or that they could, yes.
Okay, and you would expect that such costs would increase between now and 2030, correct?
I don't know. And I can answer that this way if you'd like. What we do when we do this additional due diligence, and we go through and we look at how to construct estimates, we base those off of several different things. We base those off of what the market availability is telling us right now. We base those off of what previous experience is. We try to identify, are there additional vendors that we didn't consider as part of this budgetary process for developing this project scoping report. We then assign what's called contingency, and that contingency are for what's called known unknowns, but essentially we assign contingency based off of how far developed those individual budgets are of the total estimate. What we see, and the reason I say I don't know, is do I think that prices are going up? I absolutely do. It's not, I'm not questioning that. The question I have is if we have enough contingency in there, and have we done enough of our due diligence efforts, which I do believe we have, that we can cover some of these escalations. I don't believe we'll be able to cover all escalations, but we've made every due diligence based on a sensitivity analysis that we've done for the estimates to try to find ways to reduce costs. My opinion is, with respect to escalation, if we were to take a straight escalation curve and look at what we've seen over the past few years and tie that into this estimate, that could be a significant amount of dollars that may never come to fruition.
Okay, if you could turn to Appendix P to this attachment BY1, the risk matrix. I believe it is PDF page 393. And this, let me know when you're there.
393.
Does it say appendix P?
393.
Yeah, 393. Well, or 533.
393 is a diagram.
Oh, maybe it's 534, I'm not sure why mine is saying. Yeah, 534?
Yeah.
Try that, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that, I'm not sure why my computer's giving me weird numbers. Okay, this is the risk matrix that Burns and McDonnell provided on this Cooper CCGT, correct?
Yes, still trying to get to it, but yes,
Let me
Okay.
know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, so if you look at line 26 of the risk matrix, which is actually on, I think it's on PDF page 536. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay, the risk, one of the risks identified is escalation for equipment, materials, and labor. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay, and the risk is, the risk is described in the seventh column, cost for labor, equipment, and material escalates from current costs. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if you go over to the far right block, which is under plan mitigation activities, do you see that? It says recommended carrying reasonable allowance and cost estimate for escalation. Okay, and then communicate changes in escalation as they are discovered. PSCR cost estimate does not include escalation. However, estimated values of escalation have been communicated, which include 4 to 5% escalation per annum. Do you see that?
I do.
So the Burns and McDonnell communicated to you that they recommended a 4 to 5% cost escalation.
They have.
Okay. And did they do that in any sort of written document?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Hang on 1 second. I believe that the way that it was communicated to us, either based off of what's contained in here, or if there are other or if there's other emails, but this has been communicated to us, which is why we also included additional owner's contingency. The owner's contingency is separate from the project contingency, and that was put in there for us to be able to try to mitigate said escalation. That was something that was a decision that East Kentucky Power Management Team made later.
That is not the way that Burns and McDonnell recommended you handle escalation, correct?
They recommended this 4 to 5%.
Yes, okay. I understand you're not certain whether there was a documentation on that, I guess, and we requested, post there a data request for any documentation of that recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, and then, if you could turn to PDF 77 of this document.
Okay.
There is a discussion on this page under 7.4.4 of project contingency. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay, and it says in the fifth line, this contingency is not intended to cover changes in the general project scope or or major shifts in market conditions that could result in significant increases in contractor margins, correct?
Correct?
So if, for example, due to the high demand, there were major cost increases in the major equipment we need for CCGT, Burns and McDonnell is saying that the 10% contingency they included would not cover those, correct?
That is correct. The project contingency, that's correct. Project contingency.
And you then added a 10% owner's contingency?
No, it's much smaller than the 10%, much,
Okay.
much smaller.
And
So
what-
again, based off of looking at the sensitivity of what the budget pricing is. So what our hope is would be, or what our plan, I should say, would be to go through and look at from a procurement plan strategy to identify additional approved suppliers that could help us to reduce what that market impact is.
And what percent is the owner's contingency?
I'd have to go back and look at what that is. It's relatively small, from my understanding. It's relatively small.
I guess we'd request that as a post-hearing data request if you don't recall now. Okay, I would note, the last, so on the next page of this document, PDF
Next
page
page.
78,
Okay?
7.4.5 owner's cost and contingency.
Mm-hmm.
The last two lines say owner's cost contingency of 10% was included for all owner's costs except transmission network upgrade projects per EKPC's direction.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
That is an accurate statement, yes.
Okay, so it is 10%.
Oh, I thought your question was more on the transmission. Because the
Oh.
reason that the transmission was not is that we believe we have additional dollars because those were planning level estimates. So what I mean by that is that the project scoping report with the amount of due diligence that was put into it was essentially determined for us to go forward with a 10% contingency because it was looked at by our owners, engineers, and EKPC as something much more refined and more developed. The transmission estimate itself was much more at a planning level, which is why we included a higher contingency amount in there of about 25 to 30% for those associated projects.
So your owner's contingency on the transmission projects is 25 to 30%.
The project contingency is in that 25 to 30% range.
But for the other owner's costs, it's just the 10%.
The owner's cost that they're referring to, I'd have to go back and look at what that owner's cost contingency, the project contingency itself is 10%, but the owner's contingency for additional items associated with any type of market drivers or inflationary impacts, we did include some of those. We did not include what was in the project risk assessment at that 4 to 5% per annum, but we did include additional owner's contingency based on the sensitivity of going through and looking at the estimated costs in the market.
And did you document that analysis anywhere?
I'd have to go back and look at how we evaluated that. I'm sure that we do have a buildup of what that contingency would be.
I guess we request that in that post-hearing data
Okay.
request. Okay. You. How, the owner's cost, what percentage of the total project cost are those typically?
The owner's costs for this project alone were right around 5 to 6% of the total project, subject to check.
So
Actually, I take it back, they're 4 to 5%.
okay, so of the $1.317 billion, 4 to 5% of that is owner's costs?
Those are owner's costs associated with, yes, different East Kentucky Power staffing and temporary utilities, some startup costs, trailers, et cetera.
Okay, and then, so the 10% owner's contingency that you've been referring to is part of that 4 to 5%?
I need to look at that in more detail. Could we handle that with the data request?
Certainly.
Thank you.
If we do, I'm not done, but I'm at a breaking point. If we wanted to take lunch, or we can continue up to.
Lunch sounds kinda good to me.
Do that.
Let's be back at 1:15. Is that okay?
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
We are back on the record in case number 2024-00370, East Kentucky Power Company, and I think we were still in joint interveners.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Mr. Young, do you know approximately when Burns and McDonnell started working on assessment of the projects at issue here?
I believe it was probably, subject to check, it was likely in maybe 22, 23 timeframe. So I'd have to defer that back to Craig Johnson. He was involved early on with the development of that project, and Don Mosier, or of these, in particular the combined cycle, that's what you're referring to. The others, the co-fires, were looked at once we knew that there was pending GHG reduction rules, and we needed to look for a potential solution. But I'd have to defer to Craig and Don for that exact timing of when this was initially looked at.
Okay, but your recollection is like late 2022, early 2023?
Yeah, it was, the reason I'm saying it this way is because I got into my role in March of 2023, and I know that they were working on it just before.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
And when you say working on it, you're referring to the CCGT?
Correct.
Okay.
Only the CCGT.
Do you know about, and for the co-firing projects, do you know approximately when that started, the Burns and McDonnell analysis?
I believe it was sometime late 23, I believe it was.
Late 2023?
Yeah, mid to late 2023, so.
And you know, on the Rice units, because those were part of the Burns and McDonnell?
Right, the Burns McDonnell, that was done, I'd have to defer that to Craig and Don. That was done as well before me. It initially started well before me.
Okay, so well before March 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could look at your attachment VY4,
Okay.
and this is the new generation project feasibility report and alternatives analysis.
Okay.
Okay, and this, so what was this analysis specifically?
So this is an analysis that was started before I was here. This is the one I'm referring to that also did include Rice. That date of September 9, 2024 is when I asked them to finalize the report. So that's what why it has September 2024. But this was to look at different siting feasibility options for Rice, as well as combined cycle, simple cycle, as stated there on page 1.
And so the report on page 9 says that future project scoping studies will be necessary for project options that are of interest to EKPC, is that right?
Which paragraph?
Good question.
Or is that under next steps, or?
Yes, under next
Yes,
steps.
yes.
Okay. And this report came out 11 days before the Rice Unit CPCN application was filed, correct?
It was finalized then. This report had already been, large, if not most all of it, was already in the process of being finalized and developed for many months prior to that.
Okay. But it was not finalized until very shortly before the CPCN application was filed?
Correct, because we wanted everything to be ready to go at the same time.
Okay. And this report was finalized 9 months after this Cooper CCGT project was submitted into the PJM interconnection queue, correct?
Correct.
And it was also finalized after the Rice units were submitted into the PJM interconnection queue, right?
Correct. That's right.
And how much, do you know approximately how much this report cost?
I do not.
Do you know what the total contract with Burns and McDonnell for all this analysis of these projects cost?
Not for the feasibility, I do not, no.
But the total contract, including the project scoping?
I believe this is confidential. It's part of what we filed redacted in all of these reports when we initially filed the application was the cost estimates were under a request for confidential treatment.
Okay. Right, yeah, not the cost of the projects, the cost to do these reports, you're saying is confidential?
I actually don't know that we ever included that in any of the documentation.
Right.
So you can follow up with the request. on
Okay,
that.
well, yeah,
Okay, all right.
yep. Thank you, Your Honor. Given that the CCGT had already been submitted into the PJM interconnection queue in January 2024, why was it not included in the August 2024 CPCN application for the Liberty Rice units?
I would have to defer that to Don Mosier to talk about the sequencing of why the management's decision to move forward in that direction.
Were you involved in that decision-making?
I was not involved in that decision-making.
Okay, do you know who was besides Mr. Mosier?
I would, I believe Mr. Campbell was involved, probably, I do remember there being some discussions with our board of directors, recommendations being made. But I believe that Mr. Mosier and Tony Campbell, I'm sure they provided the direction for us to move forward with the sequencing of that.
Okay, so Mr. Mosier and Mr. Campbell.
Yes, I think Don Mosier could, I would defer that question to Don.
Okay, and if you could, on BY4, if you could turn to PDF page 151.
If I get some help on that with this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's at the very end. Oh, or we can put it up. It's all public.
Sorry. Oh, okay, so it is this one still, okay.
It's like a table of
Gotcha.
cost.
Oh, whoops.
There we go.
Is it stuck? Oh, yeah, they're huge. Thank you very much. All right,
Oh,
sorry
okay.
about that. Okay,
Okay, great. So this is a class 4 capital cost estimate?
correct.
For various options, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And this includes the 2x1 CCGT at Cooper? Okay, which is the project you ended up proposing in this proceeding?
correct.
Okay, and then also there's a cost estimate for the Liberty Rice units?
Yes.
And if you look down at the bottom left corner of this chart, it says revision 0, and it has a date of August 1st, 2023. So by August 1st, 2023, you had cost estimates for both the Liberty Rice and the Cooper CCGT projects?
Let's see. I think they had the class 4 by then, but for the PSRs and all the others were class 3s. With a plus 30 minus 20 accuracy level. So it's, from what I see in front of me with this document, it looks like this was a class 4 estimate.
And a class 4 estimate is the plus 30 minus 20?
No, a class 3 is.
Okay, what's a class 4?
I'd have to go back and look at what the determination is on the exact accuracy levels of it. I always try to get everyone to the class 3s as much as possible. It's a defined range based on accuracy of estimating.
plus 30 minus 20 means that the class 3 cost estimate has a range of accuracy that the actual cost could be 30% higher or 20% lower.
Correct.
So for the $1.317 billion figure that's for the proposal for the CCGT, the cost could end up being 30% higher.
They could, based on, but I will say this. East Kentucky Power has a history of executing projects to class 3 estimates. Right, that's, even though the range of that estimate is what it is, to develop a project that may not move forward, that the commission may not approve, to a plus minus 10% estimate, for example, would take a significant amount of dollars that could exceed what the general guidance that we've been provided by the Public Service Commission previously, which is don't spend more than 10%. You could spend up to 10% of what you estimate the total project to be. The amount of engineering dollars necessary and the amount of effort to get to the level of accuracy that is that tight would be tremendous. You'd be into a detailed design type perspective. You'd be bidding packages out. You'd be almost to the point where you're ready to procure and contract. So what East Kentucky Power, the approach that it has taken is to go to a class 3, and if it can go in, and the only time it would go any higher than that precision would be if you had actual vendor quotes, which what happens when you have actual vendor quotes, you have problems with being able to get them to hold their pricing because you're not ready to contract with them yet, because you don't have your board approvals and different permitting approvals by different, and as well you don't have the Public Service Commission approvals. So it's kind of putting the cart before the horse to get that level of accuracy.
If you look at the bottom of this class 4 capital cost estimate, and we were discussing before lunch escalation, do you recall that?
Absolutely.
And there is a provision of dollar per kilowatt cost estimate for the Cooper CCGT with and without escalation, correct?
That is correct.
And with escalation, the dollar per kilowatt cost estimate is about $429 per kilowatt higher, correct?
Correct.
So certainly if they were able to, Burns and McDonnell were able to create these cost estimates by August 1st, 2023, they had been working on it for a number of months before that.
They would have, I'm sorry?
They would have been working on these cost estimates for a number of months before that.
They would have had some high-level evaluation and analysis. I can't really confirm the number of months to it. I can't. But I will say, and I don't know if I'm able to say this at this point, going back to escalation, if you were hiring someone like a Burns and McDonnell under an EPC agreement, that would be, they would try to get you to pay that kind of dollar, because they are in a business, they do very good work for us. They're a valued partner. They built our very first power plant with us at Dell Station. But what they would do, like all companies, they try to limit the risk to zero. It's like when you go and you buy a house. I'm in the process right now of buying a house, or trying to build a house. If I want to get a contractor to build me a house, they're going to give me a budget. And that's a very, very high-level budget. And when they give it to you, you're going to fight from there on out to get the dollars back, because they priced in all the risk, right? Because they want to come in under. That's very similar to what EPC agreements or EPC contracts, which East Kentucky Power does not typically do, and is not planning to do with any of these. They would price in the risk, and that's how East Kentucky Power is looking at escalation, is that it's a risk that we are going to manage at the contingency level. So that escalation cost, when you see that would be like carrying another $50 to $60 million of escalation on your CTs, because just because someone wants to put that kind of 4 to 5% escalation on their estimates so that they come in under, or that they have addressed that kind of escalation cost. That may or may not happen. Our philosophy is much different. It is, we deliver projects at the pricing point that we tell them we will, that we tell the commission we will, that we tell our members we will, because our members can't afford it. They can't afford to price in risk and higher dollar values. So as a result of that, that's why we multi-prime and we do not EPC our contracts. And we have a proven record of delivering projects at the lowest cost possible and at managing escalation, managing unforeseen site, type of coarse activities and different types of subsurface soil conditions, labor shortages, material shortages, et cetera. So that's why I just wanted to clarify that when you see those escalations while we're talking about that. That's the things that we're trying to work through with our contingency dollars that we have.
What, the last $1 billion project you did with Spurlock, is that right?
I would have to defer to Craig Johnson, but that sounds about correct.
And that was in the early 2010s.
That sounds about the right time frame, I would think. This thing is bad. Oh, there it is. But with that said, on average, we do anywhere from our base load capital, $250 million to $300 million a year. We do significant dollars. We just did the CCR-ELG project at $262.4 million. We're near completion of it. But we also do several other projects. I just had a project talking about escalation where the same company, Burns McDonnell, told us it was going to be $9 million to put in a new fuel oil tank at our Bluegrass station. The whole project came in at $6 million. So it's us going in and driving and managing that risk and not putting that risk into a lump sum EPC contract that then you have to fight for your members to try to get it back. That's what we do from a escalation or other types of risks. We don't let them toss that in, and we manage that contingency for our members. I think that got lost just a few moments ago when we were talking about, I see on this line item, you see owner contingency, you see project contingency. I'm telling you it's project, it's owner, whatever it is. But what I can tell you is that there's about $150 million of contingency that's included in this $1.3 billion. Now, will I have to go find it? It's in there. It's under things like karst remediation. There's $7 million in there for that. 25 to 30% contingency on the network upgrades and different transmission components of the estimate. Right, the 10% contingency overall. Right, when you add all those things up, you're at about $150 million. So putting another, $200 to $300 million of contingency to try to cover escalation that you don't even know if it's going to happen or not, all because you have an EPC, a valued partner that is, that they really want to come in and deliver the project under budget. But what happens? What happens is that I have to fight them for that money back because they have essentially overpriced the project, just like I was telling you the example with having a home builder. I have to fight for that to come back, and that's not how we manage our projects. And we've been very successful at that.
So you decided to contract with a company here that you believe overprices its projects?
No, I've decided to partner with probably one of the best engineering companies it's in the nation, if not the world. But I also know what their driver is, right? Our mission at East Kentucky Power is to generate and transmit reliable power, right? And be affordable. That's not the same mission as Siemens. That's not the same mission as other vendors that may be listening to this right now. It's to maximize their profit. You have to call that's what that is. People want to make money. All of us do, right? It pays for keeping the lights on. It pays for things around us. It's a bigger calling at East Kentucky Power. It's a bigger calling in what we do. And part of that is providing affordable rates, reliably.
All right, let's turn to attachment BY3, which is the Spurlock gas co-firing project scoping report, I believe.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I have it.
Okay,
Sorry.
Okay, and this document is dated October 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says that it is the 4th revision on the cover. Do you have the 4th revision?
Can you show me what this one is? I have certain sealed and unsealed.
And I'm working off the redacted version, so off the
Okay.
website.
This is here.
And I think it's because we couldn't get him to
Oh,
upload.
is that what it is?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, gotcha. I have it. Thank
Okay,
you.
and it's
Thank you
the
so much.
revision 4?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so that means that there's been 3 previous versions of this report?
I believe that's what that means, but what I don't know is, and we need to confirm, is if we had to make a separate revision because of the data size limitations of when we loaded. We were trying to load these onto the Public Service Commission's portal, and we're not able to do it, so we had to split them. And I think that's what caused this other revision,
Okay.
so
Okay, do you know when the first version of this report was issued?
I do not.
Were you involved in reviewing these reports?
Yes, sir, I was.
And so this report covers the proposed gas co-firing at each of the 4 Spurlock units, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and if you turn to page 1-7 of the report, which is the PDF number. Yeah, PDF page 19.
Okay.
So this, on this page identifies some design and engineering risks.
I see
You
it.
see that?
Yes, sir.
And the very first one identified there is that the conversion of the Unit 3 and Unit 4 CFBs for co-firing natural gas requires novel design solutions that are unproven. Do you see that?
I do.
And CFB means circulating fluidized bed.
Correct.
Okay, and that is the type of unit that those two units are CFBs rather than pulverized coal
Correct.
units.
Correct.
Okay, and so I think, so what Burns and McDonnell is identifying here, am I correct, that there currently are no coal-fired CFBs that co-fire with natural gas?
Not at this scale. There is, the technology is there, but it's at a smaller scale, which is what Burns and Mack had identified, is that based on scaling this up for our CFBs, they're able to support that, and they've proven that we can meet that and meet the minimum requirements for co-firing. But there's not any, to answer your question directly, I'm not aware of any other CFBs that have co-fire capability at this level.
Well, and on page 1-10, it,
Okay,
the third bullet point,
third bullet. Flushing, that one?
hot commissioning.
Oh, sorry, okay, hot commission?
Activities take longer than expected.
Mhm.
This is particularly pertinent for the CFB boilers, where the proposed co-firing modifications have not been executed to Burns and McDonnell's knowledge, correct?
Correct, at this
So
scale.
they have not been done on a CFB unit.
At this scale, an operating power plant with CFBs at this scale.
Well, it doesn't say at this scale, it just says has not been executed.
I know, I'm just telling you based on the discussions that I've had with Burns and McDonnell, that that's what this is. They have not executed this, they've not seen this done at this level with a CFB of this size.
Do you know of any CFB unit they've seen it done on?
I am aware of smaller installations with the CFB technology, yes.
And what scale?
I'd have to go back and look at that, because there was a basis for that, when they were going through and looking at what's the ability to do this work, to be able to get these units to run, and they felt confident that it could, based on previous work that was done at a smaller scale.
Okay, we'd ask for a post-hearing request of identifying those units.
You don't need my permission?
Okay, thanks, sorry. Okay, and on page 7-2, which is PDF page 61, this
Yes.
report.
Yes?
There is a reference in the last bullet point before section 7.3.
Mm-hmm.
It identifies the proposed co-firing as a, quote, first of its kind
Mm-hmm.
design,
Mm-hmm.
and references a subcontract that Burns McDonald did with Reaction Engineering Incorporated to basically model gas co-firing at the Unit 3 furnace, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And have you seen a report of the results of that modeling?
I have seen analysis of it. I have not seen the actual data behind that report.
Okay. And when you say you've seen analysis of it, what do you mean?
I've seen, essentially, I have gone through with Burns and McDonald and the plant at Spurlock, and we've gone through different models and evaluation of how the ash transfer would happen at the 40, 50, or actually 50% gas to coal, to where they've proven in the model that the heat transfer would work. I've not gone into the actual software system to see how that works.
But you've seen written documentation of the modeling that was done?
I have seen that at a high level from Burns and McDonald.
Okay, and we request production of that. Is that something you could produce in a post-hearing data request?
That's already in the record, I do believe, the reaction engineering piece. It was asked for, and I think that was given the summary.
Well, a summary was provided.
That's the summary.
That was written, it was a one-page summary. The report itself has not been provided.
And I believe we stated in there that any report was privileged information, attorney-client privileged information, and that's why it wasn't
They
provided.
can make a request and they can make their objection.
Yeah, I guess I would request, I'm worried that if they're going to object again, is it work product privilege? And I don't understand how this is work product privilege. It is an engineering report, not a legal document. It is dealing with something supporting a statement made in testimony submitted by this witness, saying that this is feasible, and they refuse to provide the underlying report that apparently demonstrates the purported feasibility. That seems like classic, not privileged information.
This is something you've already responded and said was privileged, and you didn't do a motion to compel production.
We did not have time to do one,
Okay.
given that they did it in a supplemental report. We had to go back to them just to even get them to acknowledge a supplemental response, and they provided a one-page summary.
Do a motion to compel, and obviously if it's something that should be produced, we'll so on.
Okay. And you note in your testimony that compliance with the greenhouse gas rules is one of the benefits that would result from the Spurlock gas co-firing project, is that right? You need a specific page number, page 18, line 14.
So I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Yeah.
Line
Page 18, line 14.
14. Okay, and your question again was?
That compliance with the GHG rule, which is
Mhm.
EPA's greenhouse gas rule, is one of the benefits that would result from the Spurlock gas co-firing project, correct?
Right, as well as, like I stated here, cost competitive power, for take power members, reliable dispatchability of the generation unit, grid stability, and continued use of the brownfield site. So it would continue to prevent replacement of the facility as well.
Okay, but I'm correct that you identified the greenhouse
Yes,
gas rule
yes,
compliance?
yes, sir, you are.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that EKPC submitted comments to EPA on the greenhouse gas rule when it was in its draft or proposed stage?
I am,
Okay.
but at a very high level, I'm aware of it.
Okay, and those comments were discussed this morning with Mr. Mosier?
I did hear that, yes.
Did you have any involvement in those comments?
very high level, I provided some feedback related to some of the cost estimating that was done, but it was very high comment level to Jerry Purvis, Vice President of our environmental team.
If you could give us a minute, when I
Sure.
just
Oh.
put those up. That's right. See if we can get them on the screen.
Sure.
Oh, no.
There you go.
There we
There it
go.
is. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the document we were just referring to, the EKPC comments on the proposed greenhouse gas rule.
Okay.
And if we could go to page 29, or it's PDF page 13.
Okay.
Okay. And, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, okay, it's going down. Natural gas, so subsection B there says natural gas co-firing is not adequately demonstrated in all coal-fired unit types.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then if you see about 6 lines down, CFBs cannot co-fire natural gas because they depend upon coal ash contacting the steam generating tubes inside the furnace. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so when commenting on the proposed greenhouse gas rule, you informed EPA that it would not be possible to co-fire natural gas at CFB units such as for lot 3 and 4, correct?
What was the date of this?
Well, it's comments on a rule that was proposed in 2023. So I
Right.
don't know that the document has a specific date, but.
Well, what I'm worried about, well, not worried about, what I believe I'm seeing here is this was at a time when we hadn't done any work to determine whether we could make these units viable under co-fire. So for comments from a proposed rule that were made by East Kentucky Power, and I'd have to defer to Jerry Purvis for this, but it looks like at the time that this was being responded to, East Kentucky Power didn't know if they could do it.
But it
Now-
doesn't say you don't know whether you could do it, you say you cannot do it. So when you were commenting to EPA, you told them you could not do it.
We didn't know.
So do you regularly submit comments saying you cannot do something when you don't actually know if you can do it?
I would tell you that if I don't know I can do it, I'm not gonna tell you I can. The word cannot, I'd have to defer that to Jerry Purvis, and who was involved with the writing of this. I was not. I just know that based on where we are now, we can co-fire these units.
And that is based on the Burns and McDonald report set forth in BY.
Well, but to that point, I'm not trying to be smart in any way. What does the next sentence say? Can you read that, please?
Says much research would be need to be conducted to see if a viable alternative would be possible and economic.
Here's your scoping reports. Here's your research.
And the Burns and McDonald scoping report identifies this as a risk repeatedly, correct?
Doesn't say it cannot be done.
And it identifies one modeling analysis done by Reaction Engineering, correct?
I don't know if it's one or not. It's a smaller scale. I'd have to get back with Burns and McDonald and per your data request and provide you the information to support that. I just know it's been done at a smaller scale.
So if you could turn to the response to JI 2.47.
JI 2.47.
Supplemental response. You can put it up.
Thank you so much.
No, not the response.
JI.
That wasn't your,
Is it
2-47.
Yes,
He didn't sponsor that one. That was Jerry Purvis.
correct.
It'll be on the computer then. It
It'll be
won't
on
be
the
in your
computer?
book.
Okay. Okay. There we go. No?
Do you have it? I know where it is exactly.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, just gotta get to the 47 now. See the.
$47? All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, and, so you have in front of you the response to
Yes, sir.
2.47, JI 2.47?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I understand that Mr. Purvis is the responsible party for the response,
Mhm.
but it does reference that your attachment BY3 is the, where the feasibility of gas co-firing units for Lot 3 and 4 CFB units is discussed, correct?
So this is the response B, does identify the novel and unproven design solutions
Yes.
associated with converting units 3 and 4 CFBs and the lack of known execution experience converting similar commercial CFB,
Yes.
right?
Yep. And then the response, and then in subpart D,
Mm-hmm.
well, subpart 3 refers to the reaction engineering model results that we were previously discussing, that there's the pending privilege claim,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes, I see that.
And then it says, subpart D says, explain in detail any other engineering studies or research that Burns McDonald or EKPC carried out or reviewed to determine if conversion of sewer lot 3 and 4 for co-firing natural gas is feasible, doable, and practicable. Do you see that request?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and the response says, to subpart D, is no additional engineering studies or research was performed outside of the CFD modeling referenced in 2.47C above. Correct?
Correct. That's how it reads.
Okay, so that's referring to the reaction engineering study that we were discussing before, correct?
Let's see here. What I don't know is that if it's, I know this is, I'm not splitting hairs here. What I don't know, if you have to ask Mr. Purvis, is he referring to the summary of the results of that, which I believe that was documented. Again, it keeps going back to, I haven't seen, if you're asking, do I know the detail pieces inside of how it's modeled? I don't. That's something that I saw the summary, the results of with the plant and the modeling to prove it could work. When I read this, you'd have to ask Jerry exactly how he's interpreting this, but I think he's looking at the summary report that talks about from Burns and McDonald that referred to the modeling that was done by reaction. But again, I would defer that in more detailed question to Jerry Purvis.
But you're not referring to any other engineering or modeling analysis that has been done beyond that reaction engineering one, correct?
The only thing I could think of is if there was additional work, and it would surprise me if there wasn't, that maybe Burns and McDonald did in collaboration with them. But that's all I would think of.
Okay, but that is not identified here in this response, correct?
No, it's not, because I believe that it all did come up through Burns and McDonald as part of the project scope and report, right? The feasibility of making the conversion after the additional due diligence and studying came from Burns and McDonald.
And it would be, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
you're good, you're fine. Go ahead.
It would be reflected in the project scoping report that we discussed.
It would be, yes, it would have been utilized, whatever those outcomes were.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right, different topic. Are you familiar with synchronous condensers?
A little bit,
Okay.
a little bit. I know it's something we looked at, but electrically, I'm not the expert.
Okay, do you know generally what a synchronous condenser is?
I do.
Okay. Were you involved in the Burns and McDonald study that looked at synchronous condensers?
I was.
Okay.
I was.
Was anybody else, any other witness here involved that would be better to ask about?
I know Craig Johnson was involved a little bit, maybe Darren Adams, just with respect to how it impacts the transmission system.
Okay.
But that would be the extent of it. I know that from what I know is that we looked at the potential of converting the unit, one of the units at Cooper over to a synchronous condenser. That would help us from a grid perspective and also with reactive power. And it was determined after our discussions with RUS, when we were looking at the new era type projects and things like that, would it be something to be a viable solution or technology? Or would it even be without new era, would it be something that we could look at with providing more stability to the grid? It was determined that it wasn't viable. And I'd have to go back and look at what the study was for that.
Okay. So I'm also not very familiar with synchronous condensers, to be
Most of us
honest.
are not, so.
I know they were used in Ohio in 2013.
Yeah.
But my general understanding is it's a synchronous motor that operates without a mechanical load.
Correct. It's
Okay.
providing like back pressure, yeah.
And that a generating unit can be converted into a synchronous condenser that provides inertia to the grid,
Correct.
helps supply and absorb reactive power, and can help stabilize voltage.
Correct.
Okay, so it can continue to provide benefits to the grid even as you take the actual generation offline.
It can, yes.
And prior to your 2022 IRP, EKPC had not evaluated the potential to convert either or both Cooper units to synchronous condensers, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. But potentially, you could convert those units to continue the grid support that Cooper provides in the area while not continuing to generate power at the plant.
I would have to defer to Darren Adams, because Darren was involved in the transmission evaluation, and there could be some reason that we didn't move forward with that because of that underlying reason. But also, what I would say, I know that there was another, Julie Tucker, who essentially determined that we have additional load. We need something that would, not just from a grid stability perspective, but it would also help us with new generation as well as intermittent loading caused by solar infusion on our system.
Okay, and so that you you sponsored the report, though, that Burns and McDonald did, correct, on the synchronous condenser?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay.
I did.
And the estimated cost for converting Cooper 1 to a synchronized condenser was roughly $16 million?
Where is the report reference?
It's the response to JI 2.34.
Okay, so it's in Julie's testimony.
But-
Is that what it is? It's not in mine, I'm sorry.
To response to JI 2.34, so joint interveners
joint
request
okay.
2.34, and which you did sponsor.
Do I try to find it here? But the report was not provided, is that right? Or-
No, the report is
Wait, is it there?
provided.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm looking
Oh,
at the
yeah, I've seen
public version of it, not
I've seen this now.
not the confidential version.
Yes, I've seen this now. Oh, whoops. It's all right. She has it right. One of you.
It's the attachment 2.34.
It's the attachment, it should be in the attachment.
Is it in the attachment folder, is it?
Should be, yep. There's a public and a confidential version. We were just gonna work on the public.
Okay. Sorry, just trying to find it.
Sorry.
Is that it? No?
It's this one.
There it is. Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm there.
Okay, and you've seen this report before?
I have,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay, and just looking at PDF page 33,
Yes, sir?
Okay, and this is where this is a class 4 capital cost estimate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is, the cost estimate provided there is about $16 million?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and that's for converting Unit 1 of Cooper seasonally to synchronous condenser, correct?
It was. We looked at, could it be continuously, going from memory on this, to try to convert this unit, but that created a lot of complexities as well. So, but yes, this is the class 4, $16 million.
And so is there a separate report where you looked at continuous?
Oh, it's here. It's all in here. So. or we-
Where in this report does it discuss continuous conversion of Cooper 1?
What I mean is, let me look through here. Yeah, there's the seasonal nature that's discussed, which is what you're referring to in 3.7. And then what I was saying is switching back and forth, where you could, it will still, we'll be capable of switching modes to and from power generation mode to synchronous condenser mode. There were some difficulties with that too, going back and forth, but we did prove we could do it. That's what I was referring to.
And that's discussed in this report?
It's just, I mean, the discussion is what I'm having with you right now, that's all discussed, or that's all laid out here with the considerations of the conversion. So it's talking about that, the activities completed during the mode switch, right, include inserting, removing, working days, activities, those types of things. What I'm trying to articulate is that there was a lot of thought about, hey, why don't we look at a synchronous condenser, and then having the ability to go back and forth. We pulled together the report and the activities you have to do it. It's not seamless. There is some difficulty with it, but we can do it.
What page are you referring to?
3.7, I'm sorry. 3.7 in section 3, went there at the end, talking about you're changing the position of manual valves, lube oil, LP lake water systems, et cetera. Just trying to identify all the different steps that are associated with it.
Okay. And that's if you were to be able to switch back and forth all the time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. But, so you did not evaluate entirely shifting Cooper 1 to synchronous condenser and ending power generation there?
We looked at it as, just from a technical part, from my perspective, you could go with synchronous, you could convert, but you lost that generation. It was completely gone, which you can't have that. You can't. That's why we thought, well, what if we got into a situation where we winter peak, or we had a winter peak and we had, that we had to pull in Unit 1, like what we've seen in the past few years, where, you have a winter storm and you're about ready to have a rolling brownout. Cooper Unit 1 was incredibly important. Cooper Unit 2 incredibly important to that part of the area because of the voltage support or lack thereof. We wanted to have the ability to be able to come back online if necessary and bypass the synchronous condenser part. So we looked at it both ways. So the more difficult engineering way to do it was what was presented in the report.
And if a unit is converted to synchronous condenser completely, do you still need a PJM interconnection?
Yes, you do, because electrically it acts different on the system. Unlike with the co-fires, when we met with PJM, electrically it was the same, but when you have a synchronous condenser, you do have to go through and evaluate the possible network upgrades, interconnection capabilities, those types of things, because it's not going to be a dispatchable unit for them to be able to call on any time.
Okay, so the feasibility study recommended next steps, including a more complete project scope, is that
Where are you
correct?
at? Sorry, just trying to get there.
5. Conclusions and recommendations
Oh, there
on
we are.
page 30, PDF page 30.
Yes, sir, I have it.
It says it's recommended EPC complete detailed power system modeling in concert with PJM as necessary. It goes from there. Did that detailed power system modeling occur?
I do not believe we chose to move forward with the project, nor did we move forward with that modeling. And primarily the reason is that when looking at, the need for generation due to organic load growth, our own native load, being able to support it, that's when more of the focus went on the the combined cycle as well as Liberty. So, and then also, like it says here, it's near retirement, Cooper Unit 1 being near retirement. So you have to look at the investment of those dollars and what makes the most sense for your members. So, and to that point, one of the other things that was, I don't know if it's stipulated in here as well, I believe it is, but I'd have to go back and look at it. When we talked to PJM, we were not going to get any dollars for doing any of this work. It was not something that they had a rate structure in place, and Denise Cronin could probably talk a little bit more about that because I know that she was briefed on this. We couldn't find any return or any value at the time to PJM to spending these dollars.
Okay. I can just have 1 minute to make sure I've checked my outline. Okay, I have nothing further, Ms. Witness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Steph?
Thank you. I think that we are left only with post-hearing data requests. So,
Sure.
I guess I will ask just a preface kind of question. There were obviously going to be 2 contracts to supply, I would assume, Cooper and Spurlock with natural gas, or are they going to be done as one contract?
I would have to defer to Mark Horn.
Okay. Well, we can just ask that because we'd like a copy of them if they have been executed, and if not, a status update.
Okay.
And then for the other one, we were gonna ask for an update with regard to the permitting processes as it relates to the construction of the facilities or any environmental approvals. I know you all have kind of been doing that throughout the
Right.
case, but just like a final one.
Right, and if you want, Jerry Purvis will be able to provide an update on that as well.
Okay. That's all we have, thank you.
Just one quick question.
Yes.
We've talked about the project contingency pricing and the owner contingency costs of 10% and 4 and 5%, respectively. In your opinion, if the tariff issues where the Siemens equipment is coming from, do you think that's enough on either side to cover what those tariff costs could be?
It's a hard question to answer. I would tell you, we at East Kentucky Power, the way that we approach our projects, we have tremendous commercial terms into our RUS contracts. When we have suppliers, like right now, we have a couple of equipment suppliers out of Europe that are signaling to us, we're getting hit with this tariff, or we're getting hit with these cost escalations. We have very good commercial terms to where we don't just take it and say, okay, give us an invoice. We make them prove it, and we actually work with our legal counsel and theirs as well to confirm. With that said, if it was that significant, let's say that they came in and said there was a 10 to 15 or 25% tariff on all steel going into the combustion turbine, we don't have enough contingency to cover that. We don't.
And I'm not a lawyer, so I'll defer this, but would that be a force majeure that you could change the contract and maybe back out and get the refund?
We would look to terminate. That those terms are mutually available to
Okay.
both parties. But as Mr. Mosier said a moment ago, and it's a great question. As he said a moment ago, if we are not able to move forward, if you as the commission say we don't want to support the project, and then we come back with another resource, if we can even find a slot, for example, with Siemens, or 2 slots with Siemens for a 2028 delivery, it alone will be 30% higher in cost. So how do we handle inflation? We handle inflation by getting out ahead of things. We buy things down. We have good commercial terms. That's how East Kentucky Power, that's how we get projects developed and ready for you as the commission and for our board and our members to approve at the lowest cost. We try to get ahead of everything. Now, we don't get ahead of everything and start buying, but we do get limited notices to proceed, and we get things ready so that we know we have viable projects that are ready for you should you choose to execute and allow us to move forward. We can do it at the least possible cost.
And your go, no-go is the end of July, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If for whatever reason, you would have to pull out, you would lose your slot in the PJM.
We'd have a couple of options. We could either lose the slot and lose the 6.8 million per unit, walk away. Or we could work with the supplier, or even suppliers with the GSUs, those generator step-up units, to go ahead and buy them and then market them third party. Or work with the OEM for them to sell them directly to someone else, because they have an opportunity to get 30% more on the unit, and we believe they would. So we would not accept a position, or we would not recommend accepting a position where we forfeit the $6.8 million per unit. We would work as hard as we could with OEMs to get them to reassign, resell, or we take possession and resell ourselves and make whole or make even a profit on the units.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your testimony, you talked about the multiple different locations that were considered greenfield and brownfield. The one at Tygarts Creek in Greenock County that wasn't chosen, and there were lots of reasons given, but one of them I didn't really understand. It talked about the interconnect to an AEP transmission line. Tell me about how that played into the consideration.
Well, what's interesting about this facility, and I keep giving Craig Johnson a hard time, is that it's right next to where I grew up, where my grandmother's farm is. And it's right on the river. It's very close to the dam, the Greenock County Dam. They actually have a small hydro there that we used to be involved with dispatching. The 765 kV tie that comes across the Ohio River, there's a combined cycle plant there that comes across just to the southeast of the dam, that then runs west through Kentucky, and I don't think anything else touches it until it goes out of Kentucky into southern Indiana. That was a facility that we were looking at the opportunity to build a combined cycle on. The problem is, there's a good and bad, right? The good is that AEP is part of PJM, which allows us to interconnect in, put a generator on the system, just like a solar merchant generator would. We could do that as well. That's the good part. The bad part is it's 765, and when you deal with 765, that voltage level, those components and those costs are tremendously expensive.
Okay.
Transformers alone are about 4 to 5 years to find them, so they're very expensive.
So I think it was sort of couched as a negative, and I thought that it would probably be a positive. Okay.
Yeah, it's just very, very costly, and the time to do it is significant.
Okay. And then you talked about how you needed additional generation for severe weather, and because you expected load growth in the southern area of EKPC's territory. What can you tell us about the expected load growth, and what economic development opportunities you know about that?
I mean, I'll have to defer to Rodney.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. We are seeing load growth in that part of the area. And I don't typically think of Lebanon and Marion County when I think of Somerset and Pulaski. But all in that area of Kentucky, they're all connected, right? And you're at a point where KU, East Kentucky Power, and TVA, they kind of came together, but they really didn't. So you have different systems all trying to interconnect and come together there. And what's wonderful is that you have bourbon industry growth over in Lebanon. You have other industries going into Marion County. All of our transmission is connected all the way out through our Marion County switching station, all the way over to Cooper, which makes sense. That's when Cooper grew. Everything kind of grew out of it. But the exact opportunities, I know there are several, but I'd have to defer to him to be able to provide you exactly what he sees.
Sort of a general growth in the area, not necessarily something,
There-
one big huge thing.
I know that, what I do know is that they are looking at another site over in Rockcastle County, one that would be designated as one of these larger economic growth industrial areas. So that's not too far to the east. It's between Somerset, between Cooper's power plant as well as I-75. So there'd be a tremendous amount of transmission that would be necessary from an investment standpoint, and having generation there could really support that part of the growth. They've seen significant growth areas with respect to automotive. There's been a lot of requests to go into like the Bagley property over there by Buc-ee's. I think everybody knows where Buc-ee's is. That whole part is, I-75 corridor, we're seeing a lot of growth in those areas, and a lot of companies coming in and asking questions, but Rodney would know a whole lot more about that than I would.
Okay. I'll save the rest of that line of questioning for him then. Regarding the setbacks, so it's exempt from setbacks requirements because it's co-located, but then you're also requesting, I guess, sort of a deviation, because it's closer than 2,000 feet to residential neighborhoods because it's across that river, there's already vegetation experience. So just walk through that with me a little bit. There's this, something has been located there since 1965, but are there setbacks that apply, or we needed, or it's exempt from them? I think I've confused myself in the testimony.
Can I show an image?
Yeah.
This might actually help Mark Warren here in a moment too. But, so that is, the area I think that's in question is, the distance in question is over the river or the lake, depending on where you're from here with Cumberland. There are some homes in this area here that the plant's been operating from the very beginning with this distance here. We were not seeking as part of this we were going to honor the existing setback requirement. If an exemption is required for that, due to being an existing facility that already has these 2 units here, then we would have to go through and look at an exemption for that. We were just trying to maintain the exact same distance it has with the existing generation that's already there. So these 2 plants are not getting any closer, they're actually gonna maintain the exact same. Exhaust to exhaust is what we have in this direction.
Is the coal pile area in this photo here?
Yes, ma'am, it's right here, and
Okay.
this is where these combustion turbines and her SIG are all gonna be located, all right here.
So unless the river got narrower there for some reason, then it would be exactly the
Sorry,
same.
this might show it a little bit better, hopefully. So now you can kind of see that, these homes. But that's what we were trying to do, or what we have done, is we've made the distances match for the stack emissions. And you're absolutely right, your question, that coal pile went from right around over here. This is the large building is the HRSG, heat recovery steam generator. This will be located in here. And these are your combustion turbines and stacks, and your fuel oil and your cooling towers. But we have to shrink down this coal pile to where we can fit this unit in.
This isn't a photo, this is a conceptualized.
It's conceptual.
Okay. All right, yeah, that helps, thank you. So under the greenhouse gas rule, switching gears again, you have to either do nothing to the plant and retire it by January 32, co-fire with natural gas before 2030, and if you did that, then you could not retire until 2039.
Correct.
Beyond 2039, unless you install carbon capture, assuming the greenhouse gas rule remains, It would have to close? I mean, assuming, am I asking the wrong person?
No, well, I would probably refer that to Jerry Purvis to talk about the different options that we put in place.
But unless we've mastered carbon capture by 2039 and installed it by 2039, we're only looking at another 14 years?
Unless you go with more of a full co-fire to gas conversion. So like, for example, Unit 2 will be able to run at 100% gas. And I think that Mr. Mosier and Mr. Johnson even had provided testimony, but also had talked about a few moments ago how, at least with Cooper Unit 2, it's actually going to have a lesser cost fuel and be able to be more, it's going to be more dispatchable because it's going to run at a better rate. It's going to actually be more marketable in order to compete in the market. For Spurlock, Units 1 through 4, the decision that East Kentucky Power, and again, I'll defer more of this to Jerry, is would we want to look at the ability to increase from a 50% co-fire, for example, to 100% co-fire in the future. And there's a lot of factors that go into that too, like the age of the units, what the anticipated expected dispatch cost would be of those, because we want to deliver more affordable power for East Kentucky Power, or to our members. So you'd have to look at what those costs would be to do a full conversion to get you out further. Carbon sequestration is technically challenging and financially very difficult in this area, especially with the geology at these plants.
But in its current proposed iteration, it would only be lasting 14 more years.
For Cooper, no, I don't believe it would be. I think it would go longer, but I will refer that to Jerry, because I know you'll be able to go to 100%. The plan is to be able to run the unit either on coal or 100% gas. So past that date, if you do not have carbon sequestration, it's my understanding you could still run the units on gas. You would lose that ability for coal.
Okay. That's what, okay.
There-
Right, so we're not spending 1.3 billion on something that can't last
No,
past
ma'am.
14 years. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you for that. And then, there was a meeting with PJM to discuss whether a necessary study was to be done. Is it called a necessary study? Was it capitalized on purpose? Necessary? Is that the name of the study, or it was just putting up?
It's interesting. I believe the study you're referring to, it was when we had first reached out to PJM and explained to them what we were considering with these different co-fire options. They basically said, look, we need you to do this necessary study to evaluate that.
So
And then in discussions with them, we did not have to, because electrically it did not change the units.
okay.
So.
So
And Denise
capacity doesn't change.
No, ma'am. Capacity does not.
No increase in megawatts,
No, ma'am.
and no change in the interconnection point.
No, ma'am.
And those are the three considerations that are necessary, I guess, to determine whether or not you need PJM approval.
Correct.
Okay.
And they agreed.
All right. I think that's the end of my questions. Redirect?
No, ma'am.
Anything further? All right. You are excused.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
Anybody want to request a break before we start the witness, or I'm okay either way, but I'll entertain a request. Yes? Yes? Okay. Let's do 10 minutes.
We've got to switch out anyway.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
I see we have a new witness. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I did.
Counsel?
And Mr. Horn, could you please state your name and business address?
Mark Horn, 4775 Lexington Road in Winchester, Kentucky.
And what is your title with EKPC?
Director of Fuel and Emissions.
And you provided direct testimony and responses to data requests in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any revisions, amendments, edits, anything like that to your testimony or your responses?
I'd like to make one edit.
Okay.
In my direct testimony and my responses, anytime I refer to a lateral or an expansion, it would match the nomenclature that the pipeline uses better if we use the term extension.
And so it's not really a correction, it's just changing the language of your testimony to match the language of the gas lateral contract?
That is correct.
And aside from that correction, is it your intent and desire to have those responses to data requests and your direct testimony incorporated into the record of this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Horn is available for cross.
Mr. West?
No questions for this witness.
Mr. Harris?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do you want to interview? Mr.
That was too quick. I'm barely done writing down that correction. I actually only have a few myself. I think you were in here when Ms. Tussey mentioned a little bit ago that they're likely to request those gas pipeline contracts post-hearing. I think you might get a duplicate request there, but same thing. But I did have a couple of quick questions. Have you completed contracts for those pipeline extensions at this point?
We have the precedent agreements executed, yes.
Okay. And those were with TC Energy, right?
Yes, and their subsidiary Columbia Gulf Transmission.
Columbia is who's specifically on those?
That's correct.
Okay. So Columbia is a subsidiary of TC Energy or the other way around? Sorry.
TC Energy is the parent company, Columbia Gulf Transmission is a subsidiary that we're partnering with.
Okay. And under those agreements, so is it one agreement or is it two separate agreements for the Cooper and
Do
Spurlock?
one for each generation project, one for Spurlock, one for Cooper, and one for the third project, the Liberty we talked about before.
Third project, the Liberty Rice?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Just making sure I wasn't missing another one. And under those precedent agreements, then, I think you responded in data requests, and we can refer to them specifically if we need to, and part of these are redacted, the amounts, I'm not worried about getting into those, but I think you said that the payback period for the capital expenditure from TC Energy or Columbia would be over 20 years.
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be through the gas charges that you're already paying them?
Yes, it's a reservation charge.
Okay, and is that volumetric based, or is that an annual fixed or monthly fixed cost?
It'd be fixed, yeah, it's based on the quantity over that 20-year term. They spend out total capital expenditure, and you work backwards with the quantity and the term and come up with a rate.
Okay, and when you say quantity, do you mean based on the quantity of gas?
Yeah, how many decatherms per day you would need to reserve that capacity
Okay,
for.
the capacity reserve, not the actual amount that is flowing through.
That's right,
But
the
that-
physical
okay.
will be separate.
Okay. So that's a fixed amount over 20 years. And once those are constructed, if something were to happen and you didn't need that, would you still be committed to paying back that cost over that 20-year period?
Yes.
Okay. So if, for example, we just heard conversation without taking a position on the feasibility of converting Spurlock 3 and 4, for example. But if, for example, that weren't feasible and you weren't able to eventually use that gas, you would still be paying for that extension.
That's right. It's their capital dollars to build these extensions. It's on their balance sheet, but we have to make them whole over a 20-year period.
Okay. And under that precedent agreement, are you currently locked in then, or is there like a go, no-go point, or?
There's a number of off-ramps. They're called conditions precedent. Yes.
Okay. But I assume the last one is by the time that's built.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Staff doesn't have any questions, but we will have a post hearing data request, for those contracts.
Sure.
And I don't have questions either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, redirect. Sorry. No, ma'am. Now, and just for planning purposes, if people have kids, dog sitter, anything like that, I was thinking we won't go past 4:30 or 5 today. And then, hopefully wrap up tomorrow, but we've got that third day reserved if we need it. Call your next witness.
We call Jerry Purvis.
Ms. Temple, was that concerning?
No, I'm sorry, no, no.
Alarm anybody.
No.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and business address for me for the record?
Yes, my name is Jerry Purvis. I work for East Kentucky Power. I'm the Vice President of Environmental Affairs. Can you all hear me okay? Am I doing this right?
I think it stays red.
Oh, it's supposed to be red, okay.
In this courtroom.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm used to it going green.
That's right, yes.
Yeah,
We
sorry
all
about that.
Thought the same thing when we first mentioned it.
Thank you.
And what is your business address?
4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky, 40391.
And did you cause testimony and responses today to request to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those?
Not at this time.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
Yes, ma'am.
The witness is available for cross.
Ms. West?
Thank you. Just one line of question. How are you doing, Mr. Burns?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Mind if I hand out a document here?
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have you reviewed this document before?
Actually, I haven't.
You haven't?
I defer this to Denise Cronin.
Okay, all right. Trying to think of what the best way to handle this. Should I recollect all of the documents that I just handed out?
Well, I'm not gonna lose mine.
Okay.
Anybody else wants
I would
to
just say
not
we
lose
lose
it?
it.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
not the
that's
expert
fine.
in this.
Air toxics regulation.
Yes.
I think that was mentioned a little bit earlier. Can you just update us on the exemptions that were granted, as previously referenced today?
Specific to 310 or 370?
Mats, I guess, right?
Oh, the presidential exemptions?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Everyone knows EPA has such a vernacular, it's hard to keep up. Sure. So essentially, East Kentucky Power, as you've heard from other witnesses, and by the way, it's an honor and privilege today to get to speak to you all. I appreciate it very much. Essentially, our concern is with Spurlock Unit 3. If you look at our data, and the data is public, it's in the record, in fact, I think I addressed that in our testimony to EPA KMD. If you look at it, you can see that when Unit 3 in Maysville was built and commissioned in 2005, those regs were very different back then, right? When you look at Title V, it's .015, and that's half of what MATS was, the previous MATS. And so that was the status of the regs at that time, and is permitted and operated. And so what the reason for this testimony is very simple. It was built in the time of the regs. And so when the new mats came out in 25, right, 24, May of 24, that unit, you know, we knew we had to do some work, and so what I represented, and I'm happy for it's public in the declaration of harm for mats, is that, is it a technical risk? Yes. Is it a financial risk? Yes. And so if you have one bad day in PJM in the summer or in the winter, you know, at the wrong time, that results in millions of dollars in penalties. And so that's why we took first of all, the technical assessment of the unit was built for 0.015. It generally operates in that zone or less for filterable. It does not meet MATS today at 0.010. It does not meet it. We'll be back to the commission once we complete all of our technical reviews, and also when litigation and rulemaking, you know, if any changes, I mean, we just don't know right now. So based on the financial risk, $31 million, East Kentucky Power asked for a presidential request. We had 10 days to file it. We already had the declaration of harm on the record. We used it. And so we just asked for a presidential exemption, which it netted us in Annex 1 2 more years. And you're probably wondering, well, why? Well, just because you propose enhanced maintenance or new bags, cages, whatever, that doesn't mean today that I know that that works. So we need to technically assess it. We need to get estimates, and we need to have time to work with the commission and the regulators to put forth a good estimate of what that compliance is. Then we need to go do it. And then we need to see that it operates. We need to see that we can meet it. The other aspect of the presidential exemption is simply this. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had to read near zero, but it's difficult. We basically have to read 0.0095 or less every hour of every day when a unit operates under the new MATS rule. Well, let that sink in. That's zero. That's near zero, right, in particulate matter. And so we have concerns about that. We produce comments. If they come up, I'm happy to answer any comments about those. But we also have to do correlation curves with PM SIMs that are out there and available that demonstrate compliance, indicate compliance, whatever the specific Title V requirements are. But just let that sink in. You're reading near zero. So that means that a hole the size of your pinky finger can take a unit off. And so when are the units stressed with bag houses? We have 3. Spurlock units 3 and 4 and Cooper 2. When the units are stressed, when you need them the most, pinky hole size can take you offline. And in the PJM market, that can be very expensive. And so that's why we asked for a presidential exemption. That's why we produce comments on proposed rules. I'm really glad that people are paying attention to the comments that we put out there for EPA. It's a glorious public process. There's no ill will. It's all meant to be constructive, to have thoughts considered, and it's available to the public, us, the process, and it's a beautiful thing. It teaches us lots of things. But specifically to the presidential exemption, it's a financial risk. You know, we look at risk, impact, and cost. And when you look at those 3 things, as a prudent utility, you have to make decisions. Are we ready yet? Is the technology ready? Can we measure it? Can we manage it? And can we comply? Because everybody in this room knows compliance is over $100,000 a day in air. So you do the math from the one time all the way back, could be a year. If you do the math of $110,000 for every hour or every day all the way back, that's millions of dollars. And so that's a part of the risk too, is you have to be able to comply. And so that's why we filed that exemption. we have 2 more years to July of 2029, and I'm very thankful that opportunity came.
Okay, so just to boil all that down, does that relate strictly to Spurlock, or in addition, does it?
That's any of our coal-fired units right now for MATS compliance. And if you're in the filing, we have it for Spurlock and Cooper.
And that just grants you additional time to comply with the standard. Does it necessarily impact the lifespan of the facilities?
Correct. It just gives us time to do whatever enhancements, do the permitting, present to the Public Service Commission, keep them engaged. It also gives us time to do it and then see the results of it, run it, see if it actually worked.
Are you aware of whether PJM supported your request for presidential exemption, whether it supported others' similar requests?
I'm aware that they had written something in support, but I'm not really, my focus is, I have plenty to look at right now.
Well, I'm going to represent to you that that's what I handed you, but I will wait for Denise to confirm its authenticity if that's the best course. So.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Mr. Purvis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurtz.
Okay, so the greenhouse gas rules apply to new natural gas, but not existing natural gas plants.
Correct.
Okay, so your Bluegrass and your
Smith Station.
Smith, not 9 units of Smith, are not impacted by the greenhouse gas rules.
That's correct.
For the new combined cycle, it would be limited to a 40% capacity factor if the greenhouse gas rule survives.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, the greenhouse gas rule also applies to existing coal units, correct?
It does.
Okay, as the chairman was discussing, if you don't do anything, you have to close all your coal units by the end of 2031 under the greenhouse gas rule, correct?
Yes.
You can buy 7 more years through the end of 2038 if you co-fire the coal units with at least 40% natural gas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to go 2039 beyond, you would need 90% carbon capture sequestration.
Correct. And we'd have to decide that before January 1, 2030.
And that's not really an option, is it?
It is not.
Okay, you'd have to build a pipeline 400 miles or something to Illinois to pump it in the ground, if you could capture the CO2.
Yes, sir. We prepared documents, a declaration of harm, that just looking at Spurlock Station, that, you know, basically outlines, we have another co-op in the nation, right? It's called Tundra, and so they're doing a pilot project up there right now, so we use their contemporary costs, applied that to Spurlock Station. We then used the EPRI work, as the declaration outlines, to find the nearest injection points that we could inject CO2 into the ground. Is 350 miles away in Illinois. And if you did all this, and you could do all this, and you executed it, it's $10.67 billion. And so East Kentucky Power is about a $3.8 billion company, and we'd be betting the farm on technology that has not gone full scale yet on a coal plant, is not guaranteed by any vendor out there right now full scale. We'd be betting the farm on carbon capture and sequestration, and we're not sure that there are people in the market that would build a CO2 pipeline despite EPA's saying that they would support CO2. We're not even sure of the states accepting the risk of pumping CO2 in the ground and leaving that on a little co-op in Kentucky. So 10.6 billion is the best we could come up with. And so that's what really kind of set the stage for us to say that it's not a feasible technology that a $3.8 billion company could undertake just for Spurlock. Cooper Station, I didn't address that, but it sits in karstiology, which is Swiss cheese. You don't have to believe me. You can look at the core and the dam repair they did It was $600 million down in that area to try to plug that Swiss cheese with concrete to keep our dam at Wolf Creek and waters out of Nashville. So there's absolutely no way anyone, I believe, would approve carbon injection in Somerset, Kentucky. But just as an outline, the declaration of harm is out there, it's public, and that's why we make some pretty strong statements against CCS on coal plants for us.
And even if carbon capture sequestration was feasible engineering, you have to capture it out of the stack, then get right away across, I don't know how many states, several states.
Statesville, Illinois.
To 350 miles to Illinois, and you'd have to get, you don't have eminent domain authority
in other states.
In other states.
No, sir.
So and why would you spend $10.6 billion on a plant where the first unit went commercial in 1977?
We wouldn't.
No, you'd be better off just building nuclear, rolling the dice with that or something, right?
Toward technology, that's right. That would be more economic in that range, and you're exactly right. We would be better off with combined cycles, with looking at nuclear. And I'm not here to capture all the risks of nuclear right now, but you're right. It would not be prudent to spend it on a 1977 unit.
Okay. Question I have, if you co-fire a coal unit to be 100% natural gas, like Cooper 2, it's no longer a coal unit, is that considered to be an existing gas plant under the regulation?
Yes, we had choices. We could call it an existing coal unit and co-fire. That's one applicable path for permitting. We could have permitted it as a gas unit, converted it to gas, and meet the provisions through before, I think, the end of 2026 or before. We could have gone that route and taken the gas limits. However, given the fact that at the time, from when the greenhouse gas rule went final to today's, right now, we believe that we have the ability to get a gas line down there, but you have to have a lot of these foregone conclusions before 26. So while we could permit it, that window's expiring. And if gas didn't show up, then we'd be left not running our coal unit in 27, 28, until the gas line showed up. So all of this was very well vetted.
Okay, so my question is, if you co-fire up to 100% at Cooper 2, there's no capacity factor limitation. There's no 40% capacity factor limitation because it would be considered an existing gas plant.
Correct. It would be a co-fired coal plant on gas, and it would not limit us in capacity factor. That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Is co-firing up to 50% natural gas at Spurlock units 3 and 4, the circulating fluidized bed units, is that feasible?
After the research that's been done since the proposed rule comments, after that would have been May, our comments went in, I believe, in August of 2023. The final rule was in 4 of 2024. If you looked at, we hired one of the most preeminent engineering firms in the world, and yes, they basically gave a summary report that I entered confidentially that basically summarized that Spurlock 3 and 4 can be co-fired on natural gas up to 50%.
I noticed that Spurlock 2, Unit 2 is 510 megawatts, and the gas conversion cost is $52 million or $102 per kW. And Spurlock 3 is 268 megawatts at $42 million, $156 per kW. That's a 50% increase in the cost per kW. Is that reflective of the different technology and engineering that would go to co-fire a pulverized coal versus fluidized bed?
So if we look at, and it's an excellent point you're making, and so essentially you have to look at Spurlock. with that unit 1 is a pulverized coal unit, but it's also a B&W front and back fired unit, which makes a difference. Unit 2 is a tangentially fired CE unit, combustion engineering. And so their burner arrangement, this is fascinating. I hope, just stay with me a couple minutes. So front and back fired, everybody gets that. It's like fire breathing dragon from front and back. It's fantastic. There's 8 mills feeding 24 burners. 12 of them will be converted. You're like, cool, that's really good. And you go over into the CE units now, and by the way, you have that, CE learned that if you make a swirling tornado where it's corner fired tangentially, that you can actually raise that, think about that tornado being up and down into the unit, that you can raise and lower superheat temperature. So there's geniuses of their time, okay? A CFB unit, you move from that firing mechanism, think about it front and back, tangential tornado moving up and down to control superheat. Then you move to a CFB. The CFBs, it's 3/4 zero and you drop it in. You're like, oh, there you go. It's all done. Everything else in the other 2 units is like graphite powder. It's like the fineness of flour. So it's auto ignition. A CFB, you drop it in 1/4 zero, 3/4 zero, and what it does, it whisks it up in the air. And it's like your typical washer, at your home. Remember the old top loading washers? We all use, some of us have side loads, but what's going on is the washing machine is doing this with your clothes. It's circulating it up and down to mix it with the soap and water. And so that's what we're doing in a circulating fluidized bed. We're dumping the coal in, and the air coming out of the bottom pushes all that coal up. So it's recirculating until you burn it all out at a very low temperature that keeps NOx low and so forth. So really, what Mr. Kurtz is asking is, what's the difference? Well, it's really the technology and how you would resolve coal firing for a B&W, naturally aspirated boiler, front and back fired, tangential, where it has the tangential firing mechanisms going on from 5 mills, Raymond mills providing talcum powder, to a CFB, which is a totally different animal, that it's recirculating the flue gas and ash and coal the entire time with limestone as it kilns lime, and you get back into this cyclone, and then it returns back into the unit. So it's like the washing machine that just keeps returning back until it becomes nothing but bed ash and fly ash that are taken out. So 3 different technologies, 3 different costs and approaches. And so that's why the numbers are different.
Okay, I get the dragon, the big ball of flame and the pulverized coal that you just burn gas to boil water to turn the steam turbine. Where does the gas come into play in the fluidized bed?
So they'll put 16 lances into the recirculating section of the unit. And so really that's more of a question for Brad or Craig, but I'll do my best. What they found was if we can put 16 lances, gas lances, and let me give you an idea. So Cooperative, 6 times 3 is 18, so you have 9 burners that'll be converted to gas at the multiple levels in the furnace. Spurlock 1, you have 8 mills, you have 3 times that's 24, 12 of those will be converted. And so that gives you some feel for how much you need to burn, how many burners you need to burn gas. You get in a CFB, it's 16 circumferentially in the cyclones that has to be added. But a significant difference is, just like my comment said, you still need that ash to rub the surfaces of the boiler inside, unlike the other 3 furnace designs, such that it gives up its heat to make the steam. So you add the heat into the cyclones that heats the ash that returns to the unit, and that washing effect pushes the ash toward the tubes to have intimate contact to make steam. So again, it's just a different beast, and so that's why some people smarter than me do computational fluid dynamics, and they model this on a desktop, and so that's basically how you prudently plan and execute co-firing in a CFB, as we've come to learn in just the last, 12 months or so.
So you're comfortable with co-firing at Spurlock Units 3 and 4?
I am.
Okay. If the greenhouse gas rule survives, it's pretty clear that your position is your proposal on the table in front of the commission is least cost, most prudent, et cetera. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What if the greenhouse gas rule is rescinded, vacated, reversed? Then what? Will this money have been wasted on the co-firing?
No, sir. In my humble opinion, because it's given us now fuel diversity. It also causes competition that hasn't been there before on a coal unit now, competing against gas as a fuel in a coal unit. I think we're going to reach what, back in the FFA we used to call hybrid vigor, where you have competing forces now in a market that's even more deliberate and intimate, and they're literally fighting to get coal or gas in those units because they're pretty hungry to make megawatts, as you know. And so I think, no, I don't think any of that. The other side is this administration blows through here 4 years and disappears, and then we have a different administration. We're just that much further along. And this is not new to East Kentucky. We try to strike the middle of the road with our compliance plans, and as you all know or may not know, if you look back in our history, while the consent decrees were horrible in 2008, we built best in class, world-class control equipment that has paid us dividends all the way through up to now in our compliance plans. And so that's our philosophy, is to be, not to kind of strike the middle. That's why we didn't just go all gas. That's why we didn't just stay all coal. We struck the middle. We know that these decisions can come in here in 4 years and flip on a dime, January the 20th. It can flip on a dime 4 years from now or less, and we'll be ahead of the game. But we still are economic, and we'll be in compliance, and we'll be lowering our footprint all at the same time.
And going forward, since these are long-term investments, is it fair to think that no matter what happens, gas will be easier to comply with environmentally than coal? So when we're specifically talking about, I'm just going to go to co-firing. What it does is it's a beautiful thing. Now so when you build control equipment, you put it on the back of a coal unit, and then you inject gas at whatever percent. Your control system, your environmental control system now is big. And I think that even people that oppose us will be glad that we have margin or can reduce emissions. And so that's the beautiful thing about burning gas with coal, is that our control equipment is sized for 100% coal. The next thing is not only is, I talked about the competition between fuel and coal, but when you have to deal with less ash, it also affects you front to back, that your landfill space that you have permitted lasts longer. You're putting less ash, and I think even others that don't like CCR, they'll be glad we're creating less CCR to put in landfills. We're creating less risk for the future, even though we have CCR lined and approved landfills and have an environmental surcharge coming up soon. When you reduce your footprint, CO2, PM, ash, then you're also in a great space for lowering your environmental footprint with regards to landfill, ash disposal. And then the beautiful thing is, and Craig touched on it earlier, because I, in my previous roles, worked on the boiler maintenance fuel evaluation program, you're also lowering your maintenance costs. And you have a little bit more margin because you're not at all the wear surfaces. Remember, we talked about that fire-breathing dragon. We talked about coal mills. We talked about grinding coal. We talked about all the fuel that's being delivered to the unit, the primary air fans, just all of these things. These are complicated, high-wear items that, maybe it will pan out and prove to us that with less ash,
through the coal-fired boilers, Spurlock, Cooper, that will have marginally less maintenance,
Okay. Thank you.
which is all costs. It
Thank
all
you.
costs money.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Purvis.
Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Purvis. How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right, we're getting there, almost towards the end of the day, right? We spoke just over a month ago here in this room, right?
Yes.
Okay. On a different case, about a different unit, and you recall me asking about the permit application for the Liberty Rice at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And joint interveners had requested the application for that unit, and you suggested either that it would be publicly available or that we submit a FOIA, I think you said.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And did that work out for you?
Well, it had been turned over, it turns out, in response to a request from the commission later in that docket, right?
That's right, but I think you had FOIA'd it and you represented in the last round that you obtained the permit from DAQ.
Sure.
And I
That
suspect-
requires a request for me. And you just said that the application had been produced in response to the staff request. Do you recall the conversation with Chair Hatton toward the end of your testimony that day?
Yes, but also, I think the key point is that if anybody wants the air application, once it's submitted, DAQ and regulation provide that you can ask for a Freedom of Information Act, and I think you represented yourself that you got it in 4 to 7 days. Even though afterwards you learned that we had submitted it to PSD in the record.
Well, I don't think we need to go through the specific timeline there, but that was submitted in the Liberty Rice shortly before the hearing, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Chair Hatton cautioned you that maybe it would be easier to respond in the next case.
Yes.
Okay. Could I refer you to joint intervener's first set of requests in this case?
Yeah,
I think that binder said Rice on it.
Yeah.
So the first set of requests from joint interveners in this case.
And what day was that request made?
Well, let's see. The responses were January 10th. Our requests were submitted. Looks, oh, there we go. December 20th, it looks like.
And when was the Rice case?
That was in April, correct?
Okay.
All right. Could you refer to request 142?
Let's see here. Joint interveners 47, right?
First request, number 42.
Yes.
Okay. And could you read that, the request first, please?
Yes. Request is refer to my testimony, state whether EKPC has submitted the air permit to the Conducting Division of Air Quality. If so, produce the application, any exhibits and attachments, if not identified by when EKPC plans to submit, and produce it upon submittal.
Okay. And could you read the response, please?
Sure. EKPC is preparing the application because this was done in December for the division. The timeline to submit this says January, February of 2025. The application will be available on KDAQ's website.
Okay. But we confirm that's not the case, right?
We did in
During the last
April.
one.
We did in April.
We did in April. You'll note the request, or you read that the request identified when you, requested that you identify when you plan to submit and produce it upon submittal, right?
Mhm.
You recognize that the obligation's ongoing. Has EKPC submitted that application?
I'm subject to check. I'm not sure if we've submitted it to the PSC staff or on record, but we did submit to KDAQ
Okay.
January the 27th.
And has that response been supplemented in this record?
I'd have to check.
Okay. If I
So-
told you it hadn't been, would you believe me?
I would request that in April when we learned, and I thank Commissioner Hatton in April, that you've had a month now to FOIA, or I could give you a copy of the permit.
Okay. But it wasn't turned over before today?
Subject to check. I'd have to look in the record.
We would ask that response be supplemented.
In a post
Maybe-
data
and-
request?
Well, I think the obligation is already there, has been since December, so I just ask that that be supplemented.
Okay.
May surprise you to know that I actually don't have that one, so I don't have any further questions right now.
We have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you refer to your testimony, page 17, lines 19 through 23?
Is this in the testimony to staff?
In the application, just your testimony.
Okay, sure.
And this might be better as a post-hearing data request, and that's fine.
That's okay. Let me get there. It's in this one. Direct testimony of Jerry Purvis. Exhibit 7?
Page 17,
Okay.
lines 19 through 23.
All right. All right, now just making sure I'm on the right page. Is this the page number at the bottom, or is it the PDF? I just want to make sure I'm on the right page so I can answer the questions. I may
It
have-
should be the page number.
So it's on the conclusion page?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are you aware of the details of the current status of the air and water permitting process for each of the projects? Cooper CCGT, Cooper Unit 2 Natural Gas Co-Firing Project, and the Spurlock Units 1 through 4 Natural Gas Co-Firing?
Yes. I think we have a poster board. I may have to have you bring that up. Thank you, Heather. All right. This is Cooper, and this is Spurlock.
Okay.
They're virtually the same.
Okay.
Okay. You need bring?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Sorry, I'm like, well, I can't see it.
I feel like I'm presenting a chair.
I wish you were.
Yeah, me too. Oh, well.
I will have to have Mr. Purvis on microphone.
I'm sorry.
I recognize.
We need him by the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, I can answer it over, I don't need it, I know where we are.
Can we get a copy of this filed into the record? If
Absolutely,
we ask for it in a post-hearing data request?
absolutely.
Okay.
I think, I'm pretty sure that we have filed that, but yes, we'll make sure.
Is it the same ones that were attached to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am, they're in the record, I think,
It should be attachment JP1 and JP2
yeah,
as attachments to his testimony.
yeah.
Okay.
But you can ask me anything.
The status has changed, maybe,
Yes,
since.
yes. There's been updates since then.
So we're submitting the application for Cooper, Spurlock.
If you want to wait just 1 second
I'm
to
sorry.
get back to the mic, they
Yes,
might be
ma'am.
mad at me.
Sorry.
Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad at you. But so there have not been updates that we know of since this was already filed in the record.
So,
Is that what you're getting at?
so that date is 10/15/24. And so we filed the air permit application for Cooper. Spurlock's is scheduled in the PSRs for July, and we have not filed those yet. We have not, because a lot of those are prior to construction, we have not done anything, any of those that says prior to construction. We have not permitted those. I'm quite sure they're in the works. But the air application has been submitted for Cooper, not for Spurlock. The EA is being worked on right now by my team with the RUS for Cooper and Spurlock. And a lot of those transmission projects that were in the record are part of the Cooper case. But generally speaking, we have not gotten any approvals. I think that's what you're asking.
Do you have a time frame when you'll get approvals?
We do, but anything I say is speculative on my part, right? Because we don't put timelines. We don't tell DAQ when to issue anything. It's up to their determination. But what I will say is our goal is to, prior to construction, to have the air permits, the EAs approved. We did surprisingly get an EA approved for the Rice project, and that was supplemented into the record. So RUS, it's environmental assessment. In fact, I believe the paper comes out the 23rd in Casey County, but RUS said that they found they have no finding of significant impacts to the environment for Liberty Rice project, which means that's an environmental hurdle cleared based on several fronts, including air quality, that we can proceed and receive financing for the project. So that's an update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that's all we have.
Just one quick question. And I'm looking at your testimony on page 8. And we've talked a lot today about the greenhouse gas rule. You are gonna move forward with the good, as if the good neighbor plan is in place. Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
correct statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just, based on your length of time in the industry, do you, what is your feeling, or do you think that's gonna change?
So, as you just stated very eloquently, that we, because it's a final rule, we have to make plans to go forward to comply. And you heard me earlier say that we're very blessed that this commission and EPA and DAQ approved the best in class, some of the world-class environmental control equipment. We have SCRs on everything except Cooper Unit 1, and so we're poised and in position to achieve those reductions that we can. But in my humble opinion, I would love to speculate all day long, are things going to change? They seem to change every day in what we look at. And so, but where and how to quantify it, I don't know. So let me give you some specifics. So right now, East Kentucky Power, we have our ozone NOx season allowances banked. We have 3,007 tons. EPA gives us 1,840 tons a year, so we have 4,847 tons. And our burn rate's a little less than 1,800 from May 1st through the end of September. And so through expanded Group 2, we're in pretty good shape. But admittingly, if this rule stays in place, it's going to get a little troubling out toward 2029 because the allowances move down to 1,280 tons. And so, really where we are is that, we've done everything we know to do to have the best control equipment sitting in place. Our record reflects compliance, and it reflects that we're meeting ozone season NOx. And then over time, it's going to get a lot tougher if it stays in place. And so what I mean by tougher is that really supports our sustainability plan, and it supports our move toward gas and this other generation to give us a little more headroom, right? Because gas, as you all know, for the amount of megawatts, it reduces emissions and it puts us in a better place. Hence why we're in here for Rice to support renewables, in here for a combined cycle at Cooper Station as we move away from coal. And just nailing it, just saying it for what it is, the CCGT, puts out significantly less in parts per million NOx than our coal-fired boiler, even with the best technology on board. So it's we're trying to aim the fleet at the environmental compliance today, but also in recognition of the future. If things change, that just means that our economics will buy us more time, right? And so even if they did change through a different CSAPR, and we're all waiting on the oral arguments from the Wisconsin case to see what Kentucky and what EPA and this new administration, but if it relaxes, it just means we get to run longer with a little more headroom.
Okay.
So that's, I know it's a long-winded answer, but I want to make sure I answer your question.
No, that was helpful, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't really have questions, I do comment. I noticed that one entire page of your testimony was just listing the different provisions with which we have to comply in order to get this approved. And
Yes, ma'am.
It's a lot. I had no idea there were that many. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Mr. Privacy, your excuse.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I didn't know washing machines work that way, so that was very important.
Yeah. If you want to see a big washing machine, come up to see Spurlock 3 and 4.
All right, counsel, you may call your next witness.
Call Tom Stackney. Stand, please.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counsel,
Can you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Thomas J. Stacknick, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester.
And what is your title with East Kentucky Power Cooperative?
Vice President of Finance and Treasurer.
And did you call testimony and some responses to data requests to be filed into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, as of the dates there were some like balances and things like that that were correct as of the date.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Thank you. Mr. West?
Yeah, just a few questions.
Okay.
How you doing?
Good.
I believe you responded to data request of ours, the Attorney General's Office, DR 1-4. Do you have that available to you?
Yes. Is it the one that says start see direct testimony of the Adams?
I don't have, I just have your response. What does your
Okay.
response say?
The proposed projects? No. Okay.
No, let's see. Let me bring it up.
PSAG requests. First request, second request,
Number 4, first request number 4.
AG request 4.
Yeah. That's the one that I have up
Yeah.
to, the proposed projects were not modeled individually.
Okay, maybe I'm,
Different.
just bear with me for 1 second.
Is it number 5?
What's the first line? What's the question?
Well, I just have while EKPC does not have a calculation, does that come later possibly? Or did I?
Yes.
Yeah, that is part
Okay,
of number 4.
all right,
Okay.
sorry. Should have just had it up. Can you just read the sentence that I started out?
While EKPC does not have a calculation project by project of the cost or benefit to members, projections indicate that EKPC will be able to implement the proposed portfolio of projects which meet generation needs and environmental compliance with modest rate increases, averaging less than 2% per year over the next 20 years.
So my only question, projections indicate, are those projections in this record somewhere, or are you referencing
I believe
projections
it-
outside the record?
There was a data request where we did provide the long-range forecast that we provided to RUS for our application case
Okay,
of the new ERA program.
okay,
And it was the projections from that
okay.
long-range model.
All right, that's my only question, thank you.
And Mr. Price?
I do, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Stacknick. So when you finance capital projects, you start with your credit facility?
Yes.
Okay, is that with CoBank?
No, CoBank is not a participant right now. It's CFC leads it, and other banks involved are Bank of America, PNC, Truist Bank, and US Bank.
Okay, and you have a $600 million credit facility?
Yes.
Okay. Then after that, that's sort of short-term borrowing, and then you issue intermediate debt typically?
Yeah, we have a few private placements we did. Back in 2014, we did $200 million. And in 2019, we did 150 million with a group of private investors. That's about 350 million. We have over 2 billion of debt though with RUS, the Rural Utility Service.
And that's the long-term financer of choice?
Yes.
Because you can borrow from RUS at an eighth of a point
Treasuries.
above Treasury?
Treasuries plus an eighth, and a new application we have in now, it's Treasuries flat for transmission projects.
And so is it the 30-year Treasury?
It's based on a up to 35-year amortizing loan. So whatever the weighted average life of that is, which generally turns out to be about 20 years, it's an eighth above that, whatever the weighted average life of a 35-year amortizing loan is.
Okay, is the current rate would that be approximately 4.5%?
Yeah, 4.5 to 4.75-ish, yeah.
Okay. And then, so you borrow at 4.5% about from the federal government, and then you set rates for rate-making purposes to cover your long-term debt expense plus your tier, your authorized tier of 1.4?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to take 4.5% times 1.4, we would get an effective financing cost of 6.3%?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And equity comes from your members, not investors.
Yes, equity comes from our margins and the amount that was initially contributed.
Okay. So is it true that as a cooperative, your ability to finance capital-intensive projects is not expensive or attractive because of these borrowing capabilities?
I think the RUS debt is more attractive than what we could receive anywhere else, and probably what other utilities could receive.
It's compared to I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And as compared to an investor-owned utility where they have an equity component of their capital structure that's grossed up for federal and state income taxes, you have member-supplied equity at essentially zero cost.
I think that's a philosophical discussion of what the cost of that equity is. I mean, there should be a return to the members on that equity as well.
Okay. So I'm going to follow up from what Mr. West asked you, and I want just to hand out, we'll have it marked as new core exhibit 3. So this is where joint interveners asked you to provide documentation for this estimate in response to the Attorney General's data request. That you said you could basically finance the Rice project, the Cooper combined cycle, co-firing at Spurlock, co-firing at Cooper, and the New Era renewables for modest rate increases averaging less than 2% per year for the next 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When we ran the model of the whole company, revenues, expenses, all of the above.
And that includes, according to this question and your answer, the capital costs associated with the CPCN?
Yes.
The fixed O&M, which would be labor and property taxes?
Yes.
Okay, variable O&M?
Yes.
Fuel, the gas? And did you?
And I mean, with the revenues from the fuel adjustment clause and all that in there too, yes.
So the 2% includes FAC?
Yeah, the 2% was total cost to members, including the fuel adjustment clause.
Did you net out what you would anticipate to be fuel savings from this CPCN as part of your 2%?
I would say that would have been included in the whole generation run that modeled all these units running There's a generation run that comes from Julie Tucker's group that shows which units run, when, for how long, hour by hour over the next 20 years. And all the costs of those units running at those levels is included in the forecast,
Okay, and
including fuel.
the next part of the question is the gas pipeline infrastructure, is that the?
Yeah, that was modeled in there as well as part of the fuel costs, fuel handling costs, I believe.
And then transmission upgrades were also included?
Whatever transmission that Mr. Young had in the long-range capital plan for transmission was in there, yes.
So 2% a year for 20 years does sound modest for all of this stuff in the CPCN cases. Is it still your opinion that that's an accurate number?
Yes, that's what the modeling suggested. As far as what the average rate increases will be for the next 20 years, having incorporated all these projects.
And 2%?
And all the revenues, associated with them, off-system sales, whatever the whole dynamics are of the whole system running.
And that financial model is the model you share with RUS?
Yes, we share the results of that with RUS.
And is that the financial model you plan your business around?
Yeah, we run it every couple of years. We try to keep an updated version of it. When we need to have a board-approved official version of it is when we do RUS applications.
Do your lenders, besides RUS, get the results of those financial models?
Yeah, usually they ask for it and they're under confidentiality, and we usually supply it to them.
So
sometimes in a little bit more of an abbreviated format than RUS gets, but yes.
So today, your belief is if the commission approves the CPCN in this case and in the Rice case, the average cost to the average ratepayer would be 2% per year for 20 years?
The average cost increase.
Increase?
Yeah, the average overall cost of member system increase.
2%.
Averaging over the next 20 years.
Which is less than the rate of inflation, basically?
Yes. Near the rate of inflation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for the joining our meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hello.
Did I get your last name right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So following up on this, Mr. Kurtz's line of questioning regarding the long-range financial forecast, he marked as New Court Exhibit 3 the response to JI request 2.8. I'd actually like you to look at the supplemental response to JI 2.8, which is not included on New Court 3. Do you have that in front of you?
Request 8. Okay, yes.
And it has supplemental response to 8.8C.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, joint interveners, we asked for the basis for this claim that there would only be modest rate increases from the more than $2 billion of capital spending being proposed in the various proceedings. And you produced the long-range financial forecast summary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we asked for both modeling input and output files, work papers, workbooks, and other documents, correct?
Yes.
And you provided two confidential documents, a spreadsheet that has...
That summarize the
that
results.
Summarizes the forecast.
Yes.
And a document that provides some explanation of
what went into it.
Went into it. We then went back and asked, are there any input files into this modeling forecast, and the response was that the forecast was prepared in something called UI Planner software?
Yes.
Okay, and what is UI Planner?
It's a large piece of software, a multidimensional database piece of software where it has a calculation engine, so it's not just like a simple Excel spreadsheet. Our director of planning and analysis leads that effort. And you know, all the inputs from the generation model that I mentioned before go into that. You know, just all the other assumptions about, you know, costs and, you know, the various maintenance and all the capital spending and everything else in that list go into that model. And the model produces reports.
So the UI Planner software does not project how often your units will operate?
No, that's all done in Julie Tucker's group.
Okay. And you referred to this generation model, that was an input into the UI Planner modeling run?
Yes.
Okay, and is that identified anywhere in this response?
What the,
your response to our request asking for the input files into the long-term forecast?
yeah, I mean, they would be, I'd have to ask, I'd have to do some more research on how we could provide that, because it's, you know, just huge amounts of Excel data, hour by hour.
Well, I'm asking your response that I've put in front of you to 2.8C. Does that anywhere mention that a generation model
In this
would be input into this long-term financial forecast?
Yeah, I guess in this response, I didn't specifically say that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is that generation modeling forecast been produced to the joint interveners?
I'm not sure if that was asked for or provided.
Well, it's asked for in this request, an input to the long-term financial forecast. Correct? The text of the request asks for the input files?
Yeah, could you repeat the question one more time?
The request, looking at
Yeah.
subpart C to this request that's in front of you, says produce any modeling input and output files, work papers, workbooks, and other documents used in determining the projected
Yeah,
models.
I guess those,
Your Honor, I think you've answered the question to say that those are inputs that come out from a proprietary software that they have.
yeah,
I
that's.
forget
would
what
be-
you just said the name
yeah,
of it was.
The UI Planner is the software that we put it into, and then Julie Tucker could talk about the, you know, the actual model that does the generation run, that goes into
Are you
it.
saying it's not something you could have provided?
Right, I believe that's what he was trying to say, was this is all put into a model, and then that is proprietary information that's for that software that would be there.
And what we're asking for is the inputs that he
The
put
output
into,
from the generation,
which you received as an input to put into the UI Planner,
yeah,
correct?
like several hour by hour Excel files.
Right, and we asked for, if those are the inputs into the long-term financial
Yeah,
forecast,
that's just a few of the inputs, yes.
our request asked for those input files, and they were not identified or produced in response to our request.
Is that something you can produce to inputs?
I'd have to check with Julie Tucker, but
And I think that's what he said, that would have been something Ms. Tucker's group would have done, so
Would
that maybe
provided to our
a
group.
question asked to Ms. Tucker whether or not we can provide
Is
those.
that something
Well-
that's available, and we could have it before Ms. Tucker testifies, that'd be good? My preference is always that would be nice, and if you've got it and there's not some privilege, we turn it over. But my preference is also that we deal with, any issues of discovery before we get to trial and have a witness on the stand, so that we can have that worked out.
Definitely, Your Honor, I think the challenge here was that they did not identify any files in their response.
I do understand that. I think that And that's something you're saying is just an issue you discovered while he's on the stand?
Yes, because I've asked him, was there out input files? He said he's received them. Yes.
And we've responded to numerous informal requests to supplement data responses in this case and in the Rice case, and we've done several things, so.
Okay. Everybody's mad at him, but everybody's in trouble.
Are there other input files besides the results of the generation modeling that you've referred to that you used as inputs to the long-term financial forecast?
Files, yeah, as far as like Excel files or simple files like that, no, it just inputs into the model, you know, just gathering information from the operations group about what the costs are to run these units, from the fuels group about what the fuels costs are, various inputs like that were summarized in some of those things were summarized in the write-up up to the RUS long-range forecast.
Okay, and the document that you're referring to, I believe, is marked confidential.
Yes.
Is it something we can review without talking about any of the numbers in it? Just to find out what kind of, that does identify some things in it, but I'm trying to get a sense of, are there other inputs that you use that are not identified in that document?
I think the majority of the relevant inputs were identified in that document.
So does the long-term financial forecast rely on, for example, your total fuel costs?
Yes.
Projected for 20 years?
Yes.
Okay. And is that an input into the?
Yes.
Okay. And is that part of the generation model?
Yes, that would go into there as well.
Okay. And I would assume revenues, power sale revenues
Yes.
would be part of your financial forecast?
Yes.
Okay, and is that from the generation model?
The revenues, I think, the revenues themselves are done, I believe, outside the generation model.
And did you receive?
But the load that is produced from those revenues is into the generation model.
Okay. And did you receive the revenues themselves as an input?
Yes, just class by class. It's basically the load forecast, the long-term load forecast that it's based on, combined with the, our rate structure goes into producing the revenues.
And so that is a input into the file that could be produced?
Yeah, I
And
suppose
again, I
that-
think that's a better question for
Yeah.
Ms. Tucker. He
Yeah,
said
they're
several
pretty,
times.
there's some pretty complex inputs and files and,
Are you willing to ask those questions to Ms. Tucker?
I am. I thought that he said that was not part of the generation model.
yeah, the revenue part of it is calculated by the model.
Oh, it is.
Based on the load forecast is another sort of input that goes in the model, which is part of the record.
Okay.
And then the revenues that come out of that load based on our current rate structure and in the model, we have to assume rate increases to keep our ratios up. So there's a few rate increases that are assumed in the model to generate that forecast, but yes.
Okay. I guess we would request any of those inputs, so preferably before crossing this trigger. Okay, if you could look at your response to AG 1.5. Let me know when you're
starts with 4. PSC 27, AG 4. Oh, AG 5, okay.
Okay, and this request, it discusses, or requests an analysis of the impact to the residential ratepayer of average usage driven by the gas pipeline extension investments.
Yes.
Okay. And those are the gas pipelines that I believe earlier today, Mr. Mosier testified would be around $400 million for each, for $400 million for Spurlock, around $400 million for Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And both you and Mr. Horn are identified as responsible for this response?
Yes.
And am I correct that you would be responsible for the second paragraph of the response?
I mean, it's both Mark and me, I would say.
Okay.
The first one is primarily Mark.
Okay. So with regards to the second paragraph, you say that pipeline costs will be passed on to EKPC by the pipeline company and will increase the total cost for supplying gas to the units. Is that right?
Yes, so that the cost of the gas that went into the analysis included the costs of that the pipeline company was recovering through us.
Okay, and do you have an estimate of what the increase to the cost for supplying gas to the units is from those pipeline projects?
I think Mr. Horn would have been a better person to ask.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
To your knowledge, is there a calculation of that?
Yes, I'm not familiar with it enough to talk about it right here, but yes.
Okay, well, we'd like to request that as a post-hearing data request. And do you have any estimate of the overall cost that EKPC's members will bear as a result of the pipeline project to the Spurlock station?
I think the overall answer to that is that it does result in an increase of that fuel cost, and I think the percentage of the fuel cost that is the pipeline cost embedded into that is, you know, a portion of the overall gas cost. And, you know, that goes into the whole model of, you know, what the costs to run that unit are and how that's going to affect the fuel clause and everything. And then there's a question of whether or not is that fuel cost to run that gas unit inclusive of those costs more or less than the fuel costs for any other unit.
Okay, and so would that be reflected in the document that I just requested in we will be requesting in the post-hearing data request?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, and similarly, with the overall cost that EKPC members will bear as a result of the pipeline project to the Cooper station would also be reflected in that?
Yes. Just like any other fuel cost.
And with the $800 million in pipeline cost reflected in the financial forecast that we...
Yes, there was a, again, Julie's group could probably talk to that a little bit more, but it, you know, was an adder to the fuel costs that they were recouping over, you know, a number of years to recoup those capital costs.
So that would
But it's not East Kentucky Capital, it's the pipeline company's capital.
So that would be reflected in the generation model?
Yeah, it's in the generation model. There's a line of fuel handling costs that was incorporated into.
Okay, nothing further.
Okay, Steph?
I think I will just start where Mr. Kurtz, with Mr. Kurtz's handout, if that's okay. In the request, it has in a parenthetical the list of projects that were included in the portfolio. And I think that there was some clarification earlier that the projects in 24-129 were not, I guess, they were New Era, but they weren't New Era.
Okay.
And so I was curious if they were included in this parenthetical group of projects.
Yes, the projects in 129 are part of the New Era application.
For this modeling purpose.
Yes, and for the New Era application itself. That's
Okay.
part of the funds we're receiving.
But even if
that were
you don't
committed to
get
us.
them, they would have been included in this modeling.
In the modeling for this, yes. In the modeling in that case, I think that case was a little bit earlier and we were not quite as far along in the New Era process. So just backing up a little bit, the big law passed in, I believe it was October 22, was the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. There were two provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act that affected our renewables. One was that the investment tax credits that were previously only available to taxable entities became available to us through a mechanism they called direct pay. So we became eligible for the investment tax credits, which since our projects are in energy communities would be 40%. That was sort of the one leg. The other leg was the New Era program, which was $9.7 billion allocated to cooperatives to be administered by RUS on a competitive basis. So that was a separate project where RUS did award us that $679 million of budget authority. We have a commitment letter from them for the $679 million of budget authority. That can consist of 25% grants, 0% loans, or 2% loans, or some combination thereof that add up to that $679 million of budget authority. Grants are dollar for dollar, so $679 million of grants is $679 million of budget authority. The loans have a different budget authority applied to them. So, for example, a 2% loan uses about roughly 20% of budget authority. So for $100 million of budget authority, $100 million of 2% loan, it only costs you $20 million of budget authority. So that was the way they did it. It's sort of like the present value of that interest reduction goes towards that budget authority.
So, and I know you just kind of gave a summary of those two things, but is it safe to say, I believe Mr. Mosher said everything related to those items is kind of up in the air. Would you agree that right now you really don't know exactly how that works?
Yeah, I think Mr. Mosher probably said about as much as I can say in that confidential part of the session. So I don't think I'd have anything to add to that.
Okay. So did you all run this modeling, finance modeling, individually for like the 129 project and then 310 project, or did you just only model it as a
No,
group?
the model we did for RUS includes all of the projects.
So I don't want to like get too far in the weeds, but I also know that we're trying to get some idea of the timing of the financing. That's
Okay.
And so I know you all have the pending financing application. And then in your testimony, I think that you provided some amounts with like a timeline.
And
Go ahead.
oh, you can.
Okay, so
continue.
basically, the next line of questioning is just trying to get some confirmation of what those timelines look like, how the financing application fits in. I know, I don't wanna
Okay.
like belabor what Mr. Kurtz did, but if we could start with the accordion option in the, I think it was your direct testimony, you talked about it on page 4.
Okay.
You described it as part of your description related to the revolving credit facility.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
So, can you tell us, like, did you exercise that option?
No, we did not exercise the accordion option.
Okay.
The cash flows on the next page kind of show what the cash flows are for this, and you'll see you know, 2025, this year is about 55 million. 2026 is where it starts to get really big, 187 million, and then they go up from there. And there was a similar table in the Rice testimony as well.
So, I guess then, if you did not exercise the accordion option, but in the 2025 44 case, I believe there was testimony that stated you all were using 450 million of the 600 million?
Yeah,
which
so
is
the.
different than this one.
Okay, the 450 million we applied for in that financing case, if that's the one we're talking about, the 2025, I don't remember the number, but the financing case, we asked for the ability to do an additional 450 million of interim financing, which would be, right now, I think within the next few months, we plan to go to our banks for about 300 million of that, which would get us through at least the middle of next year. After this case is adjudicated upon, we'll probably need to do another financing application to get some more interim financing. But one thing to keep in mind, when we're sitting here and say 2032, 100% of this financing is going to come from RUS. So what I need to do as the treasurer is fill in the gaps between when we have to spend that money and when we get the money from RUS. And RUS has indicated a willingness to provide progress payments as these projects are going on. So in the past, we waited till a project was completely done before receiving the RUS money. We think we'll be able to receive some of that money prior to the ultimate completion of the projects as large project milestones are achieved. So taking all that into consideration, you know, it's not like we need this full $1.5 billion tomorrow, because we might be able to get some of the funds as we go along from RUS, but there will still be a little bit of a gap between when we need to spend the money and when we eventually get the money from RUS, and that's why we need more interim financing. Now, for our normal capital process, our $600 million credit facility was sufficient for that. But when we take into consideration these larger capital projects, we're going to need more of that interim financing.
Well,
So the 300 to 450 million, up to 450 million that we're requesting in that financing case, we think we can largely do that with bank debt, which is unsecured and pretty easily obtainable, and that'll get us through financing the next 12 months or so of these needs. And then we might need to do another private placement financing, maybe a 5 or 7 year bullet financing, depending on how we're seeing the RUS money come in for these projects, to make sure that we can get over that sort of funding shortfall until we get the RUS money. And RUS money, as you know, the RUS funding isn't subject, we don't need to get PSC approval for that, since it's governed by the governing agency.
so I'll just ask you generally about the RUS money, because I know we've had cases recently with some RECCs who it's taken a while to get, like, they've expended the funds and it's taken a while to get RUS money back for them. What is your all's current expectation with that? You mentioned progress payments, so that's different than normal, but normally it takes a while. How long do you think it might take, or do you really anticipate doing something like progress payments?
Yeah, once we have approved applications in, and we can show them that we, in the past, planted those assets, it's a couple of weeks from the time we get put the request in till we get the money. If the application's approved and we have all the accounting done. With the progress payments, we're gonna submit to them the contracts beforehand, which will show, you know, the different milestones where we're gonna spend this much on such and such a project and this much here. And once the loan application is complete, we foresee that will be relatively quick after we get those things. Having said that, we can't put the loan application in until we get the environmental approval. So for these particular projects, I think I was saying here, you know, it would be 2028 before we get the environmental approval. So I wasn't assuming that we would see any progress payments from these projects until I believe 2028. So yeah, in my testimony, I say we expect to have an RUS loan for projects in place by 2028, at which time we intend to advance a progress payment for the approximately $550 million that was expended up to that point. So between our credit facility, operating cash, additional bank financings, and possibly another private placement, we're gonna need to cover that amount of spending. But whatever we finance on an interim basis with those financings will ultimately paid off by the RUS financing when it comes in.
So even
That's
if
why
you
it's more
go
of a
and get a
bridge.
private placement loan at a higher interest rate, all of that expenditure will be wrapped into the RUS loan?
Yeah, so we will pay a higher interest rate for the interim financing, so it'll be a little bit more costly to finance before we get the RUS money, and then once we get the RUS money, we can pay down the higher cost financing.
So I know Mr. Kurtz asked you about the interest rates, like, on RUS loans, and why that's your best lending institution. What do you expect to pay currently as far as private placement interest rates or the unsecured debt interest rates?
Yeah, for bank financing, it's usually unsecured debt, and it's usually around SOFR plus 100. So roughly the Fed funds rate, SOFR usually runs close to the Fed funds rate, so about 100 over the Fed funds rate, but that's a variable rate. If we want to go to the private placement market and do fixed rate financing, as a rule of thumb, I use 2% over treasuries.
So how will it affect those particular loans if, for example, you're able to get a RICE project progress payment?
Mm-hmm.
Will they have some, like?
Yeah, the bank debt portion of it, and which is one of the reasons why I like to do as much unsecured as I can, that's always fully prepayable because it's variable rate debt. If we were to do if we were to look at this and our banks were kind of tapped out and said, that's the one concern with these projects is it might go beyond the capacity of our banks. That's why we might need to do a shorter term private placement loan, in which case that would be a fixed rate, and we would try to schedule the maturities of those debts to correspond with when we would think we would have the RUS funds to pay them down.
And this is just
Mhm.
me not having any idea, do you think it would be an issue getting private placement debt at a term of like 3 or 5 years, or do you think that would cause the interest rate to be extremely high as a result of the shorter term, or do you not know?
We can't say exactly until we actually line up investors. The private placement markets do tend to like the longer tenors, but there have been some examples out there of 5 and 7 year deals which have, had interest rates, kind of like I said, if we use that planning rate of about 2% over treasuries, we should be able to get that done.
So I had another question about your direct testimony on page 6, lines 17 through 23.
Yeah.
I think that you mentioned that EKPC will seek commission approval for any financing that falls under 278-300.
Yes.
And basically, and I don't want to speak for you, were you referring to the RUS funding where that would fall outside of the?
RUS falls outside of 278.300, as does any financing that's less than 2 years.
So you were just referring to the general exemption?
Yeah, so right now I would like to do, 3 to 7 year financings would probably be the sweet spot. And for the interim financing, for that we need the commission approval.
So I know this has kind of been a theme throughout this hearing, the issues with anything related to the federal government in any way.
Yeah, that's why we need interim financing, because we're not.
Well, that's, my question about the RUS loans, do you foresee any of the issues we're seeing in other areas affecting those particular loans?
There, as we've already discussed, in the New Era program, there were some questions about that earlier, and funds were frozen. We were one of the lucky ones who got the obligation before January 20th. I think those who didn't get the obligation done by then might be at risk. But we've been told over and over again by RUS that the core program, as far as financing all electric utilities, whether it be renewables or not, is open for business and going strong.
I think,
I think it would take like a repeal of the Rural Electrification Act to,
make a change.
in my opinion. So that- We've had very strong feedback from them that the core RUS program isn't going anywhere.
As long as the funds were obligated before that date, right?
Oh, for the New Era program, for
Yeah.
the core RUS program, that's where we just get the treasuries plus an eighth and not the 0 or 2% loans. Yeah, they seem pretty confident that those funds would be available for whatever we need going forward.
I think that's all.
And if not, if you know, doomsday scenario, they do go away, then we have to become more of a private placement issuer, and our debt costs would go up by about 2%.
Thank you.
We hope that doesn't happen.
I don't have anything further.
Okay.
So, redirect?
No, I have no redirect. I would want to state, I believe that the inputs that the joint interveners have asked about are in the record in response to
Okay.
staff 1-24, so they were provided in the first response.
Okay. Thank you.
If they want to look at those and see if there's something different.
And I know
It was a confidential attachment.
I know we have somebody in the batter box, swinging and getting ready back there, but I just assume maybe break and come back tomorrow. I think we could finish everything else up tomorrow unless there's an availability issue with this witness, and in that case, we can take a quick break and take it.
We might have a couple that may be really quick if we want to take those so they don't have to come back tomorrow. If somebody has any questions for them.
I can live with that.
We have Nick Comer here. He did not sponsor anything in the case, but he is our public affairs person who got some questions in the Rice case about complaints, if there was any complaints at the site for noise or things like that so we have him here just in case there was any questions that came up that might get punted to him.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Comer?
We do not.
None here.
And we also have Rodney Hitch, who's our economic development person, and Greg Cecil. Those are the three that we kind of had that we thought would at least be quick if we had any questions.
Anybody?
I have a couple for the economic development person.
Okay.
And I have a quick line for Mr. Cecil.
But
Do you want
it
us to
does sound
call
like we
this?
could get them all done.
Okay.
Maybe. Let's do the one with no witnesses.
Okay. All right, Nick Comer, we'll do him first.
Not no witnesses, no questions.
Let me go tell those three to come in, because I think Darren's gonna take a little longer.
I need a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
5 minutes, bathroom break.
Go.
And then everybody Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Can you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Nick Comer, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky. East
What
Kentucky Power.
What is your title with East Kentucky Power?
I am External Affairs Manager.
And you did not sponsor any testimony or data requests in this case?
I did not.
But your counsel had you here in case there was questions
Yes.
that came up about your job there, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. The witness is available for cross.
Okay. Any questions from the Attorney General's office?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Joanna Bears?
No questions.
Neither of you, staff?
No,
Commissioner Ritchie?
Nope.
And I don't have any either. Any reason this witness can be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry.
All right, call the next witness.
We'll call Rodney Hitch to the stand.
Mr. Hitch, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Rodney Hitch, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, East
Yep.
Kentucky Power.
And what is your position with East Kentucky Power?
Director, Economic Development.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed into the record of this proceeding?
No.
Do you want to go back and look at the application for your testimony?
Oh, yes, I'm
The
sorry.
written testimony,
The
I'm
written
sorry.
testimony,
Yes. And do you have
I
any
just talked
additions?
to you about perjury.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to that testimony that you filed in the record? But if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes,
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate that into the record of this proceeding?
yes, please.
The witness is available for cross.
Anything from the Attorney General's office?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
Just a few, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hitch, I want to ask you about the data centers. It's been kind of a theme in this case. Over the last couple of years, East Kentucky has had a number of data center inquiries, is that correct?
We have.
Okay. About how many numerically?
Well, if you're talking about over the past few years, we've had several crypto and data type centers, but in the last year, we've seen a tremendous increase in the larger loads from artificial intelligence data centers.
Okay.
So right now, we have 15 potential projects that's looking across 89 counties.
And of that 15, what is the total megawatt amount approximately?
If you add all those together, you're looking at about 15,000 megawatts.
Which
Now,
is?
these are, again, potential, so most of those are averaging, starting out at 300 megawatts is what they would wish to have, 500 megawatts, very large loads, and from there going up.
And do you know if, how much these data centers are shopping the market? You know, what's East Kentucky going to offer? What's KU? What's the utility in different states? Do you know how much they're shopping the market?
Well, I think they're shopping the world right now, trying to find the best location, but mainly capacity, where they can find available capacity in a region that also will provide possibly water resources for the process. That can be a huge part of locating a project in an area.
For the cooling of
For the cooling of the processors.
Let's take a 300 megawatt data center. Is that a fairly typical, or you picked?
Yes, that's probably a good number to start.
After construction, how many full-time jobs would you expect that 300 megawatt data center to have?
I think it's probably going to be realistically around 25. Now,
25?
They may advertise, sometimes they'll say 100, 125. And again, it's according to the operation of what they may actually be processing and how in depth they are. But for every 300 megawatts, it seems like on average we're seeing that they could be around 25 to maybe 50.
And those jobs would typically be maintenance and security?
Well, you'd have some maintenance and security, but you'd also have technology type of jobs that would be managing the processors, issues that they may have in the software, changing those units out, technical issues.
But they're not writing AI software in a data center located in your,
Well,
that would be
if we saw a data center location that was going to be a regional hub, possibly for a company, one of the larger companies, we could see some other benefits that could come into an area.
Okay. If serving a data center load is 25 to 50 jobs, if it's a regional hub, more. If serving a data center was to raise rates on your other customers, wouldn't that be a form, you would have the jobs, but higher rates would be a form of anti-economic development, would it not?
It would be, which we're working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen. You know, in the process, that we have an application process that all of these companies are required. If they want us to seriously evaluate their proposal and where they would like to locate, you know, we do have possibly a few options that these companies can target, then we would be spending significant time and energy evaluating that. So we have an application process that they must abide by, and also put some funds up front to help pay for that. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that no company is located in our territory that's going to put a burden on any other member or customer that we have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hitch. Thank you, Your Honor.
Joint interveners.
Just one follow-up, just to clarify, you were not, any of the capacity being proposed in this proceeding is not intended to serve data centers, correct?
No, this project was planned before these data centers really got in full swing as we see today. Yes. But there is opportunity. I think we will probably see opportunities for us in Kentucky with data centers coming into the state.
But any data centers would be, the resources to serve any data centers that might come to EKPC over its territory would
Yes.
need to be dealt with in a future proceeding.
It would be, yes.
Nothing further.
Anything from staff?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And finally?
We call Greg Cecil.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Councilman Nance.
Can you please state your name and your business address for the record?
It's Greg Cecil, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky.
And what is your title with East Kentucky Power?
Director of Regulatory and Compliance Services.
And did you respond to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those data requests?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
It is.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. West.
No questions.
Mr. Cox.
No questions.
Just a couple, Mr. Cecil. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry to get you at the very end of the day, but I'm confident we can get done pretty quickly. Were you here or listening to testimony all day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear me asking Mr. Mosier this morning about the benefits of being a member of PJM?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, case number 2012-00169, where he submitted testimony originally. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And as part of that docket, EKPC now files annual updates on the membership benefits of being in PJM?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Mosier, punted this one to you, unfortunately for you. Just really quickly, he didn't directly punt to you. I'm blaming him too much. I asked if he was familiar with the annual reports. He said no. I assume you're familiar with the annual reports filed in that docket, correct?
So yes, so this
Okay.
this letter was filed under my signature,
Okay.
yes.
And there's actually two letters here, so I'll skip past this first one. That's just the request for confidential information. But you're familiar with this letter, right?
Yes, I think that's the one that was filed under my signature, yes.
Okay. And what's the date at the top of that?
July 31st, 2024.
Okay. And does this look like an accurate copy of what was submitted?
Go down towards the bottom.
Sure, sure.
It's just
I can
me.
scroll
I mean,
down.
I
You're looking for
I
the
think
signature?
I'm looking for my signature,
Yeah,
yes.
there you are.
Yep,
Okay.
okay.
Absolutely. Well, that's the page I'm heading to anyway. Just above your signature there are 2 paragraphs. I'll zoom in just a little, maybe make it a little easier for everybody to see. The benefits and costs for EKPC to lead PJM. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And just skipping over the first sentence to the second, could you read from there, and where it says, where it's redacted, you can just say blank or whatever you need to
Okay.
to avoid that. But if you could just read that sentence and the following one.
Those benefits and costs would mirror the previous table shown under prior year's benefits and cost of PJM membership and show a cost of, redacted, at a minimum. EKPC is currently able to cover its winter peak load plus a minimum reserve margin because the PJM RTO has more than 20% capacity reserves during the winter peak period.
Oh, and I'm sorry, one more sentence.
As a standalone entity, EKPC previously planned to maintain a minimum of 12% capacity reserve margin in the winter.
Okay. I would move for this to be admitted. I think this would be JI2, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Just one more follow-up. If we were to request an post-hearing data request, could you produce an unredacted version of this under, subject to NDA and confidential agreement?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know how frequently you have done these, or I know EKPC has filed them annually. I don't know how many back you have signed on to, but if we requested of you.
So I started on July 8th.
Okay, so this was your first one?
This was my first
one. Well, we may just request of you an unredacted version of this, but maybe going back a little bit as well. And that's all.
Okay.
No questions from staff.
I don't have questions for you. Unless there's regrets.
No, there's no
All right.
regrets.
So let's break for the day. We have, I believe, 7 witnesses tomorrow, 5 from the applicant and 2 from joint interveners. Okay. So I think we should be able to finish tomorrow. We're scheduled for 3 days and we'll have it if we need it. So everyone have a safe trip home and I will see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.